My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind the scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to HY.PAGE/GRAPPLINGHOUR. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats. What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you with another great installment of the Grappling Hour. How are you doing? I hope it's very well. We're actually going to go live right now on Instagram as well, so my apologies if it is a little disoriented. We have a few things going on today. We are live right now. Hey, what's up, everybody on Instagram? Rafa Esparza, friendly Grappling Hour, blah, blah, blah. You all know that. I want to tell you guys, I'm very stoked to have you guys joining us on this wonderful Sunday evening, depending on where you are, afternoon. It's nebulous. It's a little hard to figure out, but we are going to be here all day for the benefit, hopefully, of you guys being able to watch all things Who's Number One. I hope you're watching along with us. If you're not, I totally understand. What's up, BJJ Sod? I wasn't sure. I almost said BJJ Salad. My apologies for that. What's up, Daryl? What's up, Secret Jiu-Jitsu Club? You guys have some people on today's show. Speaking of that, we have a rule on this show, which is that all people who get a finish within regulation get a toast. And I don't know if you guys were catching this, but our good friend Rafael Lovato Jr., aka Rafael, the other Rafael, he just got a finish in the middle of regulation. So I guess that means that we got to go ahead and toast. The other guy's got my name. Anyway, what I can tell you guys is this. If you have questions, comments, concerns, feel free to join us in the comment section. I mean, listen, we're going to be here all night. So let's make a great evening of it, wouldn't you say? And let's see here. So anyone here know if someone else is streaming it? You came to my channel to ask if somebody else is streaming it. Thank you. Very kind of you. Or if the main card has started. Yes, I can tell you that much. The main card has started. In trying to ever budget and balance these things and schedule them out, there is a lot of doubt. And is this thing on? Or are they doing this now? So yes, they did go live. What's up, Gred58? So let me see if I can walk you through what I do know from all of this. They started at 4 p.m. and usually when they say they're going to start at like 4 p.m., there's a pre-show that they're just trying to copy all of the major sports for the pre-shows, and they're usually not that great. So when I say that we were going to start at 4:30-ish, there was a little bit of me thinking like, we got some time here. Let me go ahead and set up the situation, get all comfortable, because again, I'm going to be here for about 4 or 5 hours straight. You know, you don't really get a second chance to come on and do this. And no, they started with some prelim matches. And I think it's because they have this 4-person tournament. So it's the first time in recent memory that Flo said, hey, we're going to start at this time. And guess what? They actually did. So kudos to them. We're actually going in hot right now because Keith Krikorian is taking on Diogo Reis. And Keith is a beloved individual on the show. He is a friend of the podcast. He is a friend of the show. I have a lot of belief that he is going to make a statement. Diogo's just really fucking good, man. So this is going to be a tall task for him. I just lost one of my earbuds. My apologies. So hoping the best for our good friend Keith Krikorian. And the kid, he's always been a monster, and I love it. G-Red58 said, Professor Lovato Jr., absolutely. We're going to be doing a toast to him in a second. I had to pour this beer out. I didn't pour it well. As you can see, some of this beer, I got to let the foam go. I felt like I was the new person at the beginning of a bar session. Very, very poor. I would not tip me if I was me. So we're going to take a moment to let that die down. Then we're going to do a nice little cheers over to Lovato. But if you could do me a solid and remind me to do that, because I'm getting older now. Bobby Winther, the beloved Bobby Winther, who I was actually just speaking to right before we started this. You can tell that Bobby is a true human being because he sent me an embarrassing video of himself that, while he believes it's embarrassing, it's really rather quite endearing. So that's how you know this dude. He's good people. He's trying to give me reason to roast him, but I think it's possibly because he knows somewhere deep down inside, I fear him and I fear his triangle. So I think he can act quite nicely to me. Not a thought. There you have it. Been under him and as an academy in OKC for the last year and a half. Timeless Jiu-Jitsu can't be stopped. I know. We like to refer to him adorably as the other Rafael, because I don't know if you've ever been somewhere with that guy when your name is Rafael, but people aren't trying to talk to you. Yeah, kind of blows. Anyway, welcome new friends, new fans. And it says, do you have a website where I can stream the Gordon Ryan match so that I don't have to pay? Actually, that's the whole reason I'm doing this, is so that you can hear at least audio play-by-play, so that way you don't have to pay these people. So I'm trying to do my part here, buddy. You can ask in the comment section. I just can't give it to you. Also, people at FloGrappling know who I am. So, like, I'm trying to keep my status here. I love this. I'll keep giving you more material. Oh, Bobby, you're the best. What a sweetheart. What a good human being. You know what was really fun is we got the chance to do an interview, and his new interview is going to be coming out very soon. I believe it's October 5th. We did one when he came up to train with me, and it was amazing. But it's one of the sessions that I've recently had where after I got beat up, I was like, I kind of want to do that again. Normally, you want to go home, nurse your wounds if you get beat up. But Bobby is such a gentleman that the whole time I was getting beat up, I was like, dude, I think I'm learning a whole bunch. So I have to say, much respect and love to that man. He has quickly become family on this show. So I'm glad to call him a friend. Gabe, you're joining us. So good to see you, brother. So some of you guys who are watching on Instagram, you may not know, this is actually going live on the Grappling Hour other accounts. Now, this one looks okay. You can see me okay on this one. But on the main broadcast, it is, we're broadcasting in the best 4K. I should really just call it 4JK because it's not true 4K, but like 4JK. Well, that's what we'll call it. So yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys doing it. I'm also watching AEW. What's up, Woods? So just in case you wonder why I'm splitting time here and here, it's because we have people on Instagram watching here and we have people watching on the main broadcast over here. So wherever you guys show up, I'm going to try and say hello back and forth. Bobby, you said, let's do it again, brother. Absolutely, man. I learned so much from you, and it's aggravating. Don't get me wrong. You're killing people with a smile, and that's, I think, possibly the worst. I think there was a moment when you caught me with something and I just thought, like, can I hate this dude for a second so that I can maybe find it in me to beat him? It's not possible. Nobody hates Bobby Winter. And he has another fight coming up in December, so I'm pretty sure after he has that fight, we're probably going to get back together again, get some more beers. And you know what, Bobby, actually, if I'm saying the truth right now, this is one of the beers that we didn't get to. We had kind of put this one out. And I'll be fully transparent with you on this. The reason I didn't have us drink this one is because I looked at the alcohol content on it, and it says on here, it's Lizard's Mouth Imperial IPA, 9% ABV. And I looked at somebody like Bobby and I said, you know what? Bobby's not going to be able to handle that, man. If I give him a 9 ABV, this dude's going to be basically doing Three Stooges circles on the mat. And you know what's dangerous? People, when they get drunk, who can beat you up, there's no recourse. There's no settling this dude down. So that would put me down. Absolutely, man. And you know what the worst part is? If you have a thing where you bill a co-host and you say, like, hey, this dude's going to be following and playing along with us, and then he knocks out, then you basically have not promised people what you can deliver. So what's up, Angel? One of our students, Angel, who, by the way, had a birthday this week. Happy birthday to you, young man. Very much appreciate you. You're doing great things at the gym. But you know what? I think we're done. We're in a whole new month now, right? Yesterday, we basically got the kid a nice little birthday shout out at the restaurant we were at. And some of the other guys were like, yo, this has gone on for too long, dude. So just so you know where we are on the broadcast, what I'm going to do is throughout the evening on the main broadcast, I'm going to actually be putting up the names of who it's going up and who is going when. So right now, oh, Jesus Christ, they need to get someone to level out. Those audio levels are really bad over there, so whatever. Diogo, I forgot how to spell his name. Is it R-I-O-S? R-E-I-S. Jesus Christ. That's how you can tell I haven't interviewed the kid. All right, so that you guys can be kind of understanding where we are in the level of the evening, we will have, hold on, publish. Boom. Look at this right now. You're going to see the name over on this side. So up here, it's going to tell you where we are in terms of who's facing who throughout the evening. I'm sorry for the people on Instagram, you don't have my fancy tools. It's because they don't allow third-party applications. My apologies. I'm not in charge of that. But if, let's say you have an interest of knowing what's going on, I'm going to be walking you through it. So it's a 15-minute match. It just started right now. Diogo and Keith going at it, standing up on the feet. Both of the gentlemen digging for kind of nice little collar elbow ties. Keith trying to get some positioning over on Diogo, who swaps in, pummels very nicely. Good grip on the backside. I'd like to point out at this point that the mats over on FloGrappling, they look like a puzzle into themselves. Like it looks like something like somebody put 4 Q*bert levels all in one. I understand many of you will not understand what a Q*bert is, but I promise you that analysis is correct. Now, Diogo had Keith down for a split second, but he's getting right back up. The gentleman may opt to be standing this entire time. So we'll see exactly how the two of them fare against each other. Keith coming in with this sharpest of haircuts, so whenever you see them go to the jib, ooh, he reads this well. Diogo ends up with a blast double, working from inside Keith's half and is coming through aggressively. That is going to be at the 13:46 mark, so it's going to take a moment. It says, is it stopping for a few seconds for anyone else? Are you talking about this broadcast or the FloGrappling podcast? Or, I'm sorry, the broadcast. Please let me know, and I can hopefully get you an answer over on that way. But thank you for bringing that to our attention. Diogo gets a front headlock as Keith was trying to get up, and he's going to maintain a good sense of side control here, where Keith is going to have to use a very solid frame, but Diogo's not giving him much to work with at this position. Diogo grabbing the foot. Keith finds his way back to a regard, playing from an open guard, but stands right back up. What is up, TR Nilo? Appreciate you for watching. Little Bit Soupy? That's an interesting name. And what's up, Brawl? All right. Both gentlemen are back up. Just so you guys know how this goes, the way that they do the Who's Number One broadcast is they will tell you every 5 minutes. Diogo ended up getting another takedown here very easily on Keith, actually, in this part. But they do them in 5-minute periods. So even though it's a 15-minute submission-only match, they do have the options to basically give, say, a ref's favoritism, if you will. So they'll literally put a color in the background, either red or blue, which is used to signify who the refs thinks is winning so far in that 5-minute period. So that will go off and on throughout the match. And it is, as we have found with Nicky Rod and with Pena, it doesn't mean anything. It's something that they do just for funsies. What's up, Trapper Jake? Good to see you. In a moment here, I'm actually going to get up and kind of move a couple things around because I have to also put on AEW, Bleacher Report themselves, because tonight we are also going to be watching AEW's Wrestle Dream, because I got to tell you guys, if you want to see something with true production, watch AEW. So there's that. But you know what, though? Flo actually started on time today, so I will give them that. I think it is nice that they actually gave you something that they advertised for once exactly on time. And I realize I say that, whereas we started a little bit delayed, but it's usually with the intention of, I'm not going to waste my time and be here unless Flo themselves actually show up. Diogo is working incredibly hard, and he's definitely been dominating the aggression on this match. But if you've ever rolled with Keith Krikorian, you know that this dude can regard for days. Keith is not a joke, and you cannot take him lightly. Diogo, a former ADCC champion, is somebody who, when you watch him compete, there's always going to be a level of aggression and very smart technicality to what it is that he's doing. But I just can't say this enough. Keith has worked endlessly and tirelessly as an underdog. So now he's going to opt to stand back up. And if you're Diogo, I think this is actually a very solid strategy. You realize that you've been able to get two very, very easy takedowns on Keith. And Keith's not easy to take down. But I think what he's doing is he's getting a sense of Keith's timing and starting to use that against him. And that could be a very dangerous combination here in this match. And I gotta say, I mean, I'm friendly with Diogo. We have yet to have him on the show. I think we're gonna try and make that happen at some point in the near future. But Keith is definitely somebody who is one of the hardest training partners I've ever trained with in my experience. So I say this with all due respect. They're obviously gonna go for this one for Diogo, and there was no boom red color on the mat. They just basically told you via graphic. Diogo comes in, finds a nice takedown again. Keith stands right back up. Okay. Both gentlemen, again, opting for more of the wrestling exchanges. Diogo very, very nicely telegraphing that he's probably going to go in for another one of those blast doubles. If I'm Keith, I definitely probably at this point need to concede the fact that I'm losing the stand-up. And as much as it may hurt to actually do a pull to guard, it might be a better ventured amount of time there. Christopher Kajowski says, where can we watch this at? Well, it is being broadcast. Oh no, Keith got poked in the eye. Ah, shit. Christopher, it is broadcast on FloGrappling.com. So that is the main place that they are broadcasting it from. If you find it from other regions, I'm not responsible for those things, but I cannot provide you a link. And Diogo looks like he is launching up a triangle. It's looking real rough for Keith. He's got to move very quickly. This is looking incredibly tight, but Keith pops out because Keith Krikorian, everybody. And guess what? Now he's going to get the opportunity to actually start passing from guard. I wouldn't be surprised if Diogo kicks him off and very quickly stands back up. You just asked how much on Flo. So isn't that the $1 million question? Flo loves to actually charge people annual rates. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but an annual subscription to Flo is approximately $150 if you buy it out like that. However, if you go to a secret section, I think if you get Flo Sports, you can pick the $30 a month option. That's what I've heard. Keith is in on a heel hook, it looked like, for a split second. Diogo not really giving too much to it and manages to spin out of it. What's up, Matt? Hope you're having a great day. Thank you very much for coming in and broadcasting. So, Manny C, let me just tell you, there's always been a monthly option. They just don't promote it. I think you have to go through different means. I think you actually have to go through Flo Sports itself to get that, because I really can't emphasize this enough. I've never been a fan of the fact that you couldn't just order it, say, during the ADCC season for a certain price. But they figure the best way to get it is to say, hey, order for a year so we can get some money out of you. Okay, sure. But most other professional broadcast regions will give you the two options right on the page. I am fairly certain, could be wrong, you guys can tell me differently, but I am fairly certain it's usually just the annual fee when you go to try and subscribe from FloGrappling.com. So if I'm you, I would explore those options, and if I'm wrong, please give that information back to me. But I've been told that you can do that monthly. I've seen people do it, and if I wasn't so pot committed to hosting a show where grappling wasn't in the name of the show, I might have said I'd do differently. But can't really do a show called The Grappling Hour if you don't watch a streaming service called FloGrappling. I know. First world problems. What are you going to do? Christopher, haha, thank you. Secret safe with me. Of course, Christopher. I do my best to try and inform the people. Jason, what is up, sir? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Keith right now has had a little bit of a better showing, but right back on top is Diogo, who has yet to pass Keith's guard, but he is definitely trying to leg pummel with one underhook under Keith's, I believe, right arm. He doesn't have the second underhook, but now he's kind of playing from inside of Keith's guard. And it may just be a matter of time. But if you're starting to do the score at this point, and you may be coming up soon on these judges' little preference things where they tell you who they love every 5 minutes, you would probably still be a little persuaded to say that Diogo has been winning this round as well. So there it is. See, look, I bet you guys didn't expect this to be as educational as it was, but here we are. I do my best to give you guys all the information that I know because, you know, I want you guys to succeed. Everybody's going to win here, guys. That's what we're looking for. And my apologies as I have to type in my information to make sure I can do this. Great. But yeah, tell me if you guys have any questions. I know most of you are not trying to order this if you don't have to. So do me a solid, just throw the questions that you have about these matches at me. I will do my best to tell you without having you guys have to actually order it. We're talking old school, like radio. Woo! Keith got out of that and basically started running away like he was training for a marathon. And you know what? Don't blame him right now. Keith is, again, one of the most beloved members of the jiu-jitsu community. It says, random, but thoughts on ecological jitsu? There's ecological jitsu? What does that mean? Maybe I'm just stupid. Before I answer in a way that kind of gives away how stupid I am, maybe give me an idea of what I'm answering here, because it could be one of those things. Like, is it a club? And if so, I'm probably not cool enough to be part of it. So I think I need some more information. Thank you, Manny C. That literally did stump me. So way to go on the very first question. Ask me any question you want. Oh, how about this one, Raph? Oh, no, I'm far too stupid. Damn. Okay. We have come up on that again. It's sure. Let me grab the coach's name. BRB. Oh, sweet. Oh, no. Diogo looked like he had an armbar for a split second. Now playing from off of his own back, looking to attack Keith's leg. Keith just lost a leg in that transition. Had a very, very solid moment. Congratulations to MJF for retaining his title, defending against two different members on his own. Yeah, we're watching AEW because guess what? It can occasionally be way better than grappling. I'll say it. Definitely production wise. Anyways, yes. Now Diogo still working to pass. He's got Keith's arm. I don't love this. Keith gets out of this armbar. Oh, are we just replaying what the hell just happened? Or they literally go back to the exact same thing? Yeah, that was legit deja vu. What the fuck am I looking at? Did FloGrappling just replay part of their shit as if it was the live part? God damn, dude. All right, whatever. All right, here we go. Oh, Greg Solders doesn't believe in drilling. I think it's a personal choice, man. I'm far too dumb to do it without drilling. So I learned very early on when I was doing like speech and debate that I couldn't memorize things very well. So I had to come up with a systematic way to make things work. So that when I started doing grappling and I recognized, oh, I don't get moves as fast as my training partners or my friends, what I would do is I would have to create a systematic drilling sequence, much like trying to memorize things, to make myself even with other people. I think that there are a lot of people who, when they get on this no drilling sort of approach, it depends on the context. They may be people who that works better for. Some people are wonderfully impulsive and naturalistic grapplers. I'm not one of them. So when I see Kit Dale say it, he oddly is describing what is known as live drilling, like putting it into situational drilling, which is very funny because it's still drilling. It's just coming up with a different sequence of it. I think a lot of people have that feeling of, oh, if I'm not drilling it on somebody who's not giving some resistance, what good is it? But I would need to know more about Greg's position on that. And what's up, Chef? To really condemn or praise it. But just out of base level, I would tell you this. If you have success not drilling, great. But I still think in an instructional area, you would do well to instruct students, have them drill things, and give them the opportunity to make choices for themselves. Because I think by and large, you will have a higher degree of success getting them to start with drills and getting them to understand that. Because if you try to give that to a lower level individual, that's when I think you run into problems. So that's it. I don't know, man. I find that a lot of people who are very anti-drilling will get very, and they're like, I've read this statistical study that says this and this. And I'm like, a lot of people just bend the study to what they believe. Jack just coughs. I think he might be sick. Says, anyone have a link? You guys can ask amongst yourselves. I just cannot provide you one. So, God bless. Do whatever you guys need to do. I'm just going to let you know I will not be providing you guys one. But if you happen to share one in the comments and you never told me and I don't bring it up, wink, then nothing ever happened, right? So, anyway, I guess that's kind of what we're going for here. What's up, EJ? Hope you're having a good day. Thank you guys for joining in. And it looks like we're kind of rounding the corner on this Keith Krikorian and Diogo Reis match. And I think if you're a betting man, you're probably saying that Diogo, if he gets to a decision, he will pick up that decision. So much respect to our good friend Keith Krikorian, but he's got to pull something out as a Hail Mary here in order to get this win. This says, I didn't see you in open mat. I know. I took today off, actually. Normally, I do the open mats, but today in particular, I decided to take a rest. I had to get ready for this broadcast, and that is not a lie. And if you guys know me, it takes a lot for me to miss an open mat, because I definitely train a lot. Some might say too much. All right. Well, full disclosure, it's a little bit of a bummer watching Keith not win this, because Keith's family on this show. Oh, you are missed. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, brother. It's very nice of you to say. Yeah, this is boo. But the thing is, I like Diogo, so I have no issue here. It's just you always want people who are closest to the show to always win if they can. Anyway, guys, yeah, you got a little bit of everything, as Ricardo on the commentary is telling you right now. I think this match was so, if we're being honest. All right, let's hear what they have to say. Keith looking, though, very spicy. Dude's looking jacked right now, so credit to whoever is working on his strength and conditioning. All right, where did we leave off? I was telling you guys earlier the beer that I have selected for today. It is the Lizard's Mouth Imperial IPA. It is a 9% ABV, so I'll be very drunk by the time we get to our main event. And just some details about it. It's brewed and canned by Figueroa Mountain Brew Company in Bolton, California. So I'm very excited to have a little bit of this today. And let's see how it tastes. I didn't actually know if I took a full sip, but yeah. I mean, Diogo was going to pick up that one. Keith is a monster. You really have to break that kid to ever make him submit, and it's hard to do that. But Diogo, again, an ADCC champ in his own right, beautiful monster, and he will advance to the finals of the 145 division. So we'll see how that goes a little bit later tonight. But my thanks to all of you for joining us on this broadcast. I'll be here with you all throughout the evening. I'll be answering your questions, taking your calls. No, I'm not taking your calls. Let's say that it's not happening. I think that would be a bad choice, actually. But we are in the process of watching who's number one. And so far, not a ton has happened, but we should acknowledge this. I do want to say we do need to give a toast on out to a friend of the show in one Rafael Lovato Jr. So this cheers goes on out to Rafael Lovato Jr. Congratulations to you, sir. Getting it done within regulation. Or as I like to say, the other Rafael. It's always good to see you out there. I can't wait to see what's next, man, because every time you tell us that you're going to be stepping away, you get the Godfather. They keep pulling you back in. And you know what? I don't really have a problem with it, man. Just don't show up at Masters and beat up people in the Masters division. I feel like that's mean. I feel like you're beating up too many people. Anyway, we love you, guy. Congratulations to you, sir. Keep it going. The American legend continues. Cheers to you, brother. All right, Ash Williams is going to be taking on Sousa in just a few seconds. So if you're just joining us, we will be updating these as we get the new information, because we do have a general outline on how this is all going, but things change very quickly on a dime. So just want to let you guys in on that update in case you're wondering why we're trying to figure this out as we go. Uh, Oddly, Ash Williams basically brought his best tube socks with him to go head on out to the mats with. Silly goose. Look at that guy. Just in case you're wondering, yes, we are watching AEW's Wrestle Dream 23, and you are seeing Eddie Kingston get the shit kicked out of him on that one as well. So, Oh, spelled his last name wrong. Let's fix that on the fly. I spelled it like Sousa, the fighter, not Sousa, the jiu-jitsu guy. Yes, this is going to be an interesting match. Ash Williams, another friend of the show, just a monster, dude. I've gotten the chance to see him do a seminar over at the LA Jiu-Jitsu Club years ago, and I have seen him compete at Polaris, EBI, you name it. This dude is everywhere. He's also an ADCC vet, and let's see how he does here today. But yeah, him back in the States is always a good thing to watch. And I hope that you guys are enjoying yourself. By the way, my name is Rafa Sparza. You are watching the Grappling Hour. I hope that you're having a good time. If you ever want to support us, I'd love it if you guys could go on over and check out our page. And the easiest way that you can ever give us some love and acknowledgement is to go check us out at HY.PAGE.com. Now, Raf, how do you find HY.PAGE.com? Well, it's very simple. All you have to do is go over to HY.PAGE.com. I was surprised because that actually worked. You can go over to HY.PAGE back. Ooh, fucked it up again. HY.PAGE / Grappling Hour because I don't have a com. Sorry. We'll do that one again in a little bit. This is why I love going live. Normally, it doesn't do that good of a slide over. Normally, in the past, it's gone to a different camera. What's up, Eri? Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. All right. Ash is pulling to guard very quickly. Looks like he's trying to work some kind of a guillotine. You got Gabriel, who's just lifting him up fairly easily. Gabriel's had the little transition over here, working with JT Torres, who I would assume is on his coaching side, but I have not seen him yet. We will keep you posted on that. What's up, the machine? Good to see you, brother. I haven't seen you in a minute. But yes, that is what we have going on right now. Like I was saying, if you guys ever want to support us, you can go on over to, let's try it again, HY.PAGE / Grappling Hour. See, look, we got that one right. And if you want to see my interviews with individuals 30 days before they hit the YouTube for free, go on over there. And if you want to pick up some really, really cool stuff for a few extra dollars more, you can see tape studies, extra bonus content, minisodes that aren't available anywhere else, and even a segment where people roast my competition footage. And back we are. There we go. See, I got that one. Much better. This always makes the shit way more difficult to figure out if it's going to be good or bad, honestly. But yeah, I think I did kick the camera a little bit. Nice exchanges back and forth between Sousa and Williams. Both the gentlemen back up on their feet now. Let me go ahead and move this ever so slightly. You can always tell it's a little off-centered when Macho Man is the key in that background. Bam. Okay, we'll fix that. No, oh God, that's too far over now. Yikes. Anyway, as you guys watch me terribly fix this on the fly, Sousa has Ash Williams back, and he basically looked like he was going to get a rear naked choke here, and that looked as much of a jab as I've ever seen anybody throw from behind the back here. And you got to be honest, Sousa actually has Ash Williams back. This does not look good for him. And we are currently at the 12:20 region of this match, so we've got a ways to go here, guys. There is, oof. I think Ash is looking for a way to turn in here, and he is finding some roadblocks. He is in the middle of a body triangle. This is a lot of time to have with somebody on your back, somebody who's performed as well as Gabriel has in the past. And if memory serves me right, if Gabriel ends up beating Ash Williams here, it would be a repeat of a previous ADCC encounter between the Baby Shark, Diogo Reis, and Gabriel Sousa. So I think you guys will want to pay very deep attention to what is happening in this match. So just as a heads up here, oh, Ash Williams does manage to get out and now is playing from inside of the guard. Sousa wasting no time. Gabriel is an incredible, gifted, and intense performer, but man, that fucking crossface from the back was very violent. So there is that. I hope that you guys are enjoying this again. Let us know if you guys have any comments about these matches. I'm going to be here with you all night. It's your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Sparza, and we're just in the middle of everything right now. We're still kind of getting our feels as to how this night is going to go on entirely. Sousa's still working from inside of the guard, and again, we're about to be approaching that first 5-minute block in which the judges tend to give a preference on who they think has been dominating the match thus far in. And again, you're probably going to believe that here it is the work of one Gabriel Sousa that is doing the win as he tries to do this hip bump sweep, doesn't quite get it. Ash pushes him back down. He tries to open him up by going for a guard split, doesn't quite get it. And Gabriel works very fast from these situations. The way that he's able to regard is incredibly impressive. Ash doesn't look like he gives a flying shit about it. So there is that. The problem is every time Ash goes to start to stand to break and open up this guard, Gabriel seems to signal like he wants to scoop underneath that leg and trip him up. It looks like he has a very violent sweep, which would be very bad news. And I feel like every time he signifies for it, Ash has to recalibrate and do something different on each of those attempts. So it has been very interesting to watch how these two have gone back and forth at the beginning of this incredibly, so far it did happen where, yes, Gabriel Sousa did pick up the judge's advantage. But it'll be very interesting to see how the rest of this match plays out. For those of you in the comment section, feel free, chime in, tell me what you guys want to know or what you guys want to hear. I appreciate you guys for showing up and for enjoying your day. By the way, Drop Dead, I saw you earlier. I just saw Yo. That was when we were waiting to go on air. So my apologies that we did not go on right at the second. But I thought FloGrappling was going to take their time. And they did not. They actually went exactly at the time they advertised. No dumb pre-show. I think it's because they have all of these matches in the tournament. And if we're being honest, it looks like all of these are going to go kind of the distance if they go to this. Ooh, good Lord. It does look like Gabriel Sousa had a heel hook here. And while he's rechambering, Ash Williams was trying to take advantage of it. Ash Williams with a very nice opportunity here. Doesn't quite get to it, but now Ash has got at least an ability to pass here. We'll see what happens, but Sousa just works so freaking fast, dude. It is hard to keep up with that dude. And if you're Ash, who now is a staple across, Gabriel doesn't let him maintain it, though. Makes him back up ever so slightly. And now he's working from both knees that are planted on the ground. He's trying to put some pressure down to maybe see if he could slide over Gabriel's knee line. However, it's not quite working just yet. What's up, Aggie? Yeah, Ash Williams is probably figuring out at this point, if he can't fully get past Gabriel, he knows that he's got to wear down at least a body part here, whether it's a leg, whether it's exhausting him. I think he's starting to recognize that just trying to blindly pass him, a beautiful step back here. Ash, for a split second had a leg, but Gabriel has no time for it and basically moves all around very quickly. It's a very intense match between these gents. But yeah, I've very much been enjoying this back and forth between these gentlemen because Ash Williams is somebody who I don't get to see compete. Oh, that was hard to watch. So here's what happens. You basically have a split second where your brain takes a mental beat, and that's the moment that your opponent capitalizes on. Ash Williams basically had a moment where he let Gabriel get back into it with what looked like an effortless arm drag. And now he's got this body lock working from inside of half. Ash Williams is hoping to get this hook back on the inside, but this is a lot of good pressure. I like this crossface. This crossface from underneath allowed Ash to move Gabriel's weight off of his body. It's very interesting to see how these two play off of each other. So just in case you were wondering, yes, we're rounding the last period of Sousa versus Williams. So Gabriel so far winning Ash has had a couple moments where it looks like maybe he was going to fight back into it. It's not dissimilar from the match that we saw with Keith versus Diogo. So it's one of the things where, yeah, we're hoping for the best for the people who have appeared on our show. And there's a rolling back take attempt. And it looks like Gabriel might just get it. Yes, he's waiting to lock this up. He doesn't quite have it completely. Ash turns his hips actually in a way that's disadvantageous to him. I lose an earbud. Raining, chaos, cats and dogs everywhere, everybody. Good Lord. If you guys are hearing me a little less better over on the Instagram, I apologize. I will get this earbud, but I want to see this all the way through. Ash is on top here. However, he isn't quite passing yet. This excellent guard retention and guard prevention from Gabriel puts Ash right back into guard. Excellent mechanics by both of these gents, if I'm being honest. Ta-da. We got this back on. Hopefully the sound is a little bit better again for you on Instagram. Matt, great to see you back with us. I hope that you guys are very much enjoying this broadcast. You can always support us at all social media at the Grappling Hour. I'm always happy to walk you guys through big events like this. So throw your questions at me throughout this broadcast. I will do my best to answer what I am seeing in front of me. But thus far in, interesting back and forths. Nothing yet to really write home about, unfortunately, though. So there is that. You got Gabriel, who just kind of pushed Ash right onto his butt. Ash is looking maybe for an Estima or at least a makeshift version of it just to get a response out of him. Doesn't quite get it. Gabriel was thinking about attacking the foot. Ash does have an entry here. It's a very difficult to finish footlock when you're that far south, though. In a transition, just kind of clobbering his way into what could be a heel hook position. This is the first real big major submission threat that we've seen from Gabriel in the past 5 or 6 minutes or so. And it is aggressive. There is a knee bar here, and he does get the tap. Congratulations. And Ash, I got to be honest with you guys. Ash is a monster, man, but these were the smallest of miscalculations. He was so in there and so competitive with Gabriel. The first of which that I saw personally was him kind of having a moment where his brain took a vacation and he got arm dragged back. But this transition, it just looked like Gabriel was so fast that Ash recognized maybe he can get out of it, but no, it's too late. Does the Mica's Grand Prix has started? Mica, I would assume, maybe actually coming up next. And are we of the camp where we say Mica or Mica? Because I see this and I want to call him Mica. Because microphone and you add an A to it. But whatever you guys want to do, I can try and do my best. However, I am getting more and more drunk as we go. So all that's going to go out the window pretty soon. However, I will say this about Barbosa Wow. You are in line with the way that Mica was going around and talking about that division. That comment that he made about the division was, I think of it less about being in the bracket with these gentlemen and more about they're in a bracket with me. So you're promote. Oh, wait, are you Mica? Because that's so on brand. It makes me wonder. That would be very cool if Mica was here. Because you know what I would say to Mica? Come on my show, you dick. To be honest, I don't know that I've reached out to him yet. So he hasn't really said like a flat out no. But I would love to interview him, and I think the time is now. I think it's time for us to get to know that gentleman, and I would love to do an interview with him. All right, Rodriguez versus Galvao. This is Mica. Mica's coming up. Hey, Barbosa, wow. It's happening. So, yes, you are getting Rodriguez versus Galvao coming up right now. Just kidding. They're taking a commercial break. I don't know why we got so excited. They basically just lied to us. They said, get ready for it. It's. Is it now? Oh, what they're doing, they're mopping down the mats. Here's the thing I don't love about mopping down those mats. That does not give those mats any time to dry. Like they legitimately just had these supporting characters in a Pixar movie go hut 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 and go do that, and it just still looks like it's kind of wet. All right, we get a little promotional package to say that. Let me see the quotation here from you. Barbosa Wow, it says, unfortunately, the broadcast is not on Fight Pass. No, it's not. It is on FloGrappling.com. I'm not in charge of these things, dude. Fight Pass, though. They have the Fight Pass Invitational. Polaris. I think that might be about it now. Back in the day, it used to be Submission Underground, a lot of different places. Oh, I get what you're saying. For me, who is from Brazil, FloGrappling is a bit expensive. I hear you, man. That is why I've got your back today, and I will do my best to give you a play-by-play of the action that's about to be taking place. So, I understand it. We all live on a budget. Inflation, different country. Should be expensive, bro. That's why I always do these Fight Companion broadcasts. And the only thing I ask in return is if you guys would just like, subscribe, comment. It helps us out here on the show. But I will be bringing you all of the action so that way you don't have to pay for it. And if I'm being honest, love Ricardo. Fucking love Sean Williams. But they're not drinking on their broadcast, so they can't be as fun. You know? Just, I mean, listen, guys, who do you want to listen to? Do you want to listen to this guy who knows a little bit less about jiu-jitsu but a lot more about partying? Or do you want to listen to those guys who know a lot about jiu-jitsu but sometimes forget there's different inflections in their voice they can use? Also, what the fuck is J-Rod walking out to? He basically just walked out to Promises, Promises, a prominent 80s song of which he is 20 years too young to have been around for. So I see that Mica and Diogo both came out with hats. I'm going to have to figure out if those are sponsors for both of them. But yeah, very interesting. Acai is the sponsor. So let me bring this up to you guys. On this broadcast, they're doing a whole thing where they have the athletes walk out on a red carpet for Night of Champions. And I have to be honest, I think it's a little bit too much, you know? Like, they're making it seem like they're walking out as if they're going to the Oscars. It just seems a little misplaced here on FloGrappling. Like, a red carpet that presents you to the mats, everybody. Like, it just seems a little misplaced on this one, if I'm being honest. Because if you walk out on a red carpet, you should be in a suit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's class this shit up. All right, we're just starting off right now for Rodriguez versus Galvao. Both gentlemen are standing up. For Rodriguez, this is where you hope you're going to have your advantage. Mica Galvao is a monster in so many different regions. And you know what? I might have misplaced it. It might have actually been Mica and Baby Shark that had their match at the last ADCC. That's how you know I was sick at the last one. It's all a fever dream up here. But J-Rod, you know, I think he was saying some very, very cool stuff when he was at the press conference. Basically was telling you guys, like, hey, listen, he's looking out here for all the best to go up against. And why the shit wouldn't he want to live this life and do it? J-Rod did try for a little bit of a duck under, maybe looking for a little of an entry for like a high C. Doesn't quite get it, stands right back up. Mica putting his arm out to find the distance. I don't know why we're on the jib on that one, but we switch back on over. A good grip here by Mica, seeing if he can weigh down on J-Rod's left arm. Doesn't quite get it. What's up, casually, Sean Ryan? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Former commentator pal of mine, Sean Ryan, in the chat right now over on the Instagram. I hope you're doing okay, buddy. I hope that the recovery comes well, and I can't wait to see you back on the mat, sir. A little bit of a game of mercy with J-Rod. Mica Galvao more than willing to play. A lot of stand-up. A nice little feint here over by J-Rod. not falling for any of these distance reaches over here by Mica Galvao, who looked like for a split second he was going to signal he's going to attack the back leg. Ooh, nice work here. For a split second, Mica looked like he was about to drag down Jay. They go back to the center with the help of the referee. I do want to point this out. We have been seeing some stellar work here by the gentlemen who are in tonight's card. I mean, all over the place. Ooh, he's got the leg for a split second there, J-Rod. Beautiful duck under, grabs the opposite side leg, comes up with it, and Mica Galvao just swims it back. With an arm drag here, he kind of gets J-Rod to the floor, but can't quite take advantage of this. A front headlock, J-Rod disengages, and now they're to a game of mercy between the two of them. Excellent work here. 12-20 is left in this match. And I have to say, of the matches that we have seen here tonight, this has been one of the more exciting ones just 3 minutes into it. Because in this space, even though you get the impression that maybe J-Rod is the new man on the scene, and he's quite experienced, but on the jiu-jitsu scene, you get the experience level of one Mica Galvao, and you wonder, all right, is he going to be able to cut the distance? And he does. He jumps to guard, fakes out with a leg attack, almost going for a knee bar, and uses it as an opportunity to start climbing up to go into mount. He's got an underhook under the arm. He's got a full mount here. This is going to be a very good position for Mica Galvao to work from. He's going to take his time now with 11:30 left to go. This is going to take a lot to get out of. What's up, Free Admission Media, and what's up, Kev Demo? Appreciate you guys joining us. Right now, we are watching Mica Galvao versus J-Rod, and J-Rod is in a little bit of trouble for a number of reasons, not the least of which is his hair. His hair is looking pretty good here tonight. Let's be honest about that one, though. J-Rod may be able to get to a regard. Excellent work here. He has the butterfly hooks, and he's trying to piece him back out, but he doesn't waste a second trying to find some respect back for his name as he looked for a double, doesn't quite get it. Hey, what up, Raph? It's Rob. It's good to see you, Rob. Of course, brother. I knew you were likely behind this one, but I'm glad you're able to tell me it is directly you, man. Hope all is very good for you today. Colton Carr says, thanks for the commentary. I got you, man. You know what we're going to start doing is putting a little banner under here. It's going to be FloGrappling, because sometimes you're bored, or the Grappling Hour, because you don't want to pay for FloGrappling. Ooh, for a split second here, yikes. Mica Galvao went to 5 different submissions. He's got an armbar, and now they're rolling multiple times out of this. We have seen J-Rod get out of this multiple times, but there have been no less than 5 different attempts to swim his way out of it, and he does find his way out, and now he's got a rare passing opportunity. But this is a beautiful kind of mix between Jay Rodriguez's beautiful ability to find his way out of submissions and Mica Galvao's incredibly sneaky attacks. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, so this has been worth the wait. Mica, though, here's the nice part. J-Rod's doing an excellent job of slowly passing on Mica. It does look like it's starting to grate on him. And in this, maybe he's catching his breath because that was a very intense sequence that he just went through. And I guess maybe if you're Mica too, you did spend a lot of energy on that last sequence. So maybe you want to have a little bit of something in the reserve for the last 9 minutes of this match. Good Lord. And they stand back up, and the rest of us are looking at our own blood pressure and realizing, yikes. J-Rod almost had the single on the outside here, and you'll notice that the club and digs here that J-Rod is using to try and get his hooks on the neck, getting way more aggressive at this point. I have to say, I think this is one of the more beautiful exchanges between these two gentlemen. For every bit that we talk about J-Rod's experience or the fact that he's a little bit newer, you are finding that every time that J-Rod comes into a match where he is the underdog, he definitely overperforms in a way that you think, how long has this been doing like jiu-jitsu for? Like, how long has this guy been here? And you realize he's so new to this and yet so fucking good. Whatever those gents that are doing over at the B team, you realize that they're making up for lost time with somebody like him. It is great to watch him thrive in this sport. And to be competitive with somebody like Mica Galvao, who in every right is a monster in his own. It's also unusual to see J Rod be a little bit older than his opponent. He's had that going for him for a lot of different matches where he's been kind of the new young kid on the block. But here, Mika's just as young and full of energy as he is. 7:53 left on my clock. J Rod fakes out a blast double, comes back up, kind of tosses him down, goes full energy on this. He has to be very cautious on how he passes, because that has been the one redeeming factor about this is he might be able to get Mica down, but it's the transitions that Mica is able to make that really complicate how these two go back and forth. So now we're looking at a little bit of an interesting dynamic between the two. 7:20 left to go. So if you figure that Mica won those first 5 minutes, the second five, maybe, depending on how the next 2 minutes go, you can make a little bit better of a case for J-Rod on this. What's up, Arturo? Good to see you, man. Glad that you were joining us here on the broadcast today. This has been a very good back and forth between these gents. Very proud of both of them doing their thing. Yeah, because every time J-Rod looks like he's passed or at least established, he doesn't have enough time to establish a good pass. Mica on the wrestle up right now, has a leg. J-Rod won't give it to him, kind of somersaults down. Ooh, for a split second, you did see Mica holding on to an arm, and now he's playing from inside of J-Rod's guard. That was an excellent back and forth here again. These gents are definitely giving you the price of admission here today. Very happy to see their work. And just so you guys know, over on AEW, the Young Bucks just made their entrance. They're taking on Hook and one Orange Cassidy, among others, in a fatal four-way to decide who is going to win the AEW Tag Team Championships. So there's that. Gotta be honest, I don't mind watching pro wrestling and jiu-jitsu on the same day because you get the true sport of one, and then you also have grappling. Take that. All right, Mica has a front headlock here. He's hoping that he can either use it as a guillotine in this position. J-Rod might be in trouble. Oh, he does get out. I was wondering if he had actually tapped in that position, but that's going to be enough to get Mica Galvao this second 5-minute period, if there is any doubt on that. He's working on a head and arm triangle, and this in the past has been hard for people to put out. J-Rod, who gives a thumbs up, but I don't think this is going to be thumbs up for long. As much as you want to put that arm underneath as like a little bit of a frame, Mica's going to have a lot of time to put that pressure on. There is still 5 minutes left in this match. And the problem is that J-Rod's not really starting to make any movement yet. Mica's able to hold it into place. His head's maybe a smidge too high to really put on the heavy pressure, but I also think he's weighing the options of not burning out his arm. And I am starting to see J-Rod's face turn a little bit more purple, but he is still continuing to give the thumbs up. He might be able to get a frame here. Still thumbs up. I think we're going to have to see a little bit more of a bridge before we see something happen here. J-Rod has been excellent at getting out of this position and other opportunities, but it's a matter of lift now. Mica Galvao putting heavier pressure. He has a knee on the stomach. He has a further head down, opts to go right back on over to the mount to maintain this head and arm position. Meanwhile, J-Rod is giving us the fourth or fifth thumbs up. Mica Galvao lets go of the head and arm, stays in the mount, maybe looking to cinch it back up here in just a second. J-Rod's arm probably getting a little bit of feeling left in on it. Tries to make a frame, but Mica's not giving an inch here. 3:47 left to go. Here's the dumb part. If you're J-Rod and you're trying to create some kind of distance, you almost kind of want to do that mermaid hip escape where you're getting them a little bit pushed up and then trying to just bridge shrimp in small manners. But the problem with that currently is that it's allowing Mica to staple. And guess what? J-Rod with the brilliant escape and almost back on up. And now kind of crawling at him. He does get a bite off of it, but he can't quite capitalize on it. He got Mica to bite down hard on a feint where he was going to be looking to shoot in on the legs. Mica didn't quite get taken down. They go out of bounds, and now they return back over to the center of the mat. The two of these gentlemen clawing at each other at this point. J-Rod has a lot to recoup here because he is very behind on the judges' preferences. So if that's the case, he really is going to be looking to get a submission here. And I think he's going to have to pull out something real deep. And I think he might be tired enough where he may not be able to do it. And this is the part where you feel like him and his brother are similar in the sense that when they claw at you, it does feel like you are fighting a bear. I think J-Rod just got a real dose of energy in terms of looking over at how much time he has left. And I want to make sure, are my headphones about to expire on this? So my apologies if they are, the audio gets a little worse on the Instagram. So I will keep an eye out for that right now. 2:12 left to go. Sean J. Woods, try finding a link to. Yes, you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I will not be doing that for you. What is up, Elite Saint 23? Thank you for joining us. We are in the last 2 minutes of Mica versus J-Rod. It has been an intense match back and forth, and Mica just wildly tried to pull guard here, almost seeing if maybe he could get to some kind of X guard. J-Rod squats very quickly, now is working to pass over on his left-hand side. There's almost an underhook, and now that might have been one of the best pass attempts by J-Rod this deep into the game. And I think the hardest part of this is he hasn't gotten one clear pass, but that was one of the closest calls that we've had. What's up, DMC fan? Thank you for joining us. We do have a lot to go over still in tonight's festivities. This is a hell of a first match. Just in case you guys are wondering, I believe up next is going to be PJ Barch versus the young Andrew Tackett. And, ooh, Mica did get a nice little trip takedown, and J-Rod looked for a buggy choke to maybe get some revenge on one Sousa. And oh my God, the standing suplex. Holy shit. A front headlock suplex by one Mica Galvao that looked beautiful, and J-Rod didn't so much as bat an eye. What a beautiful back and forth between these gents. This is the type of shit that you hope for in a match between two young lions. Good job on that. And now they're going to take this one out into the crowd like it's fucking SummerSlam. What a good moment. It's so funny because if you're watching AEW, you see Hook do the exact same thing to one of the Young Bucks that Mica Galvao just did to Jay Rodriguez. A fairly impressive moment, if I might say so myself. Mica working on a pass to solidify his imminent decision victory win. And props to both these gents. Can I just say this? If you're going to take us to time, meaning we're going to see a decision win, this is the type of match that you want to see. Easier said than done. Most matches can be boring. That was not. Those gentlemen deserve all of your attention and all of your praise. So my biggest appreciation to J-Rod and to Mica Galvao for making time well spent for 15 minutes of watching grappling. Thank you, gents. Yeah, you know, I'll cheers both of them. Even though we get the sense that Mica's going to walk away here with the win, we will give both of those gents their due. I feel it's only fair. And speaking of give their due, hey, if you guys like what you're seeing here, go ahead and catch us at the Grappling Hour. You can catch us every single week. And coming up this month, we've got a shit ton of interviews. We got a shit ton of content that's going to be just dropping out for you guys. So it's my hope that as you're watching this, you will pay attention to the different things that we got going on. Let me just give you a little preview of what we got coming up this month. So look at this. We have obviously the fight companion today. We've got Dan Martinez on Tuesday, then Bobby Winther, who stopped by a little while ago. We got Diego Perez on the 10th, an ADCC fight companion for not 1, but 2 days of the East Coast trials. Then we've got Dylan Budka, a new UFC fighter, Chelsea Connor from LFA, another fight companion, this time on over from Mama, the place where I coach. And then you've got JB Beckloff from B Team, JJ Wilson from Bellator MMA, and Gianni Vasquez from Up Next Fighting. So you guys aren't going to be short on content in the month of October, and I hope you guys will be there for most, if not all of that. And what's up, Indica's Adventures? And Mica Galvao is going to pick up your win here. What a great performance by that young man. Woo. And Barch. Tackett Barch, I believe, should be coming up very shortly. So I hope that you guys stay with us throughout the evening for more crazy information. Daniel, are you watching this live or are you just depending on me? I'm just going to ask that. And the rest of you guys who are tuning in right now, thank you so much for watching. My name is Rafa Esparza. I am part of a show. I'm the host, if you would, of a show called The Grappling Hour. And how can you support us? Very easily. You go on over to HY.PAGE /Grappling Hour and you become a member. If you become a member, you not only get to see my interviews 30 days before anybody else, but you can also pay a few extra dollars for tape studies with prominent athletes, including, I don't know, Joe Selecki from the UFC, Gabe Green from the UFC. You can also see Ethan Krellenston break down his CJJ win against one Nathan Orchard for a few extra dollars per month, amongst extra episodes and a segment where people, meaning athletes, roast my competition footage. So go check us out, HY.PAGE /Grappling Hour. Ole Billy just asked, when is Gordon Ryan? Except you ask it in, when is Gordon Ryan? I guess the real question is, why is Gordon Ryan? Gordon will be on in a little bit. I think we've still got a beans to go because we are watching all of these in order. Gordon is probably, I think, your main event. And I think we still got about 5 more matches to him. So I could be wrong. I will update you as we go on. But stick around. We'll be here for a little bit, my friend. PJ Barch making his way out on first. And by the way, I got to tell you, this whole little fake facial hair from PJ Barch, this might be controversial. Not a fan. I think this is a fake PJ Barch. Like the facial hair that PJ Barch is wearing right now makes it look like he's the evil twin. I think anybody that goes up to this PJ Barch right now should be asking him for information that only the real PJ Barch would know. Just saying. I've interviewed him multiple times. I just saw him about 3 weeks ago. I know a fake PJ when I see one. And I feel like I'm seeing one right now. But yes, the young Tackett himself making his way on out. Very excited for this young man. He is a monster of a human being. Oh, shit. I just totally changed the way that show plug happens. Uh-oh. Shit, I'm not going to be able to do that in the future now. Ruh-roh. Let's see if I can fix this on the fly. Anyway, if you guys are showing up right now, tell us what you're most excited to see tonight. Are you like the kid who says over here, Ole Billy, that he's most excited for Gordon Ryan to the point when he just types in when Gordon Ryan is? Who Gordon Ryan be? Anyway, PJ Barch, Andrew Tackett, they're going to be up next for you guys. I hope that you're excited for this match because it's a monstrous match, by the way. Andrew Tackett is somebody who has been surprising a lot of people. PJ Barch, odd to say it, but he is definitely the elder statesman here. But at 33, you would never call him straight out old or past his prime. If you've ever seen him grapple, you know this dude goes for days. Tackett does get a takedown on PJ Barch, who then looks for an arm to see if he can get kind of a reverse Kimura from underneath. Now PJ's going to be having to play from guard. Looks to maybe go to X guard and doesn't quite have it just yet. So that was a big statement here from one Andrew Tackett. PJ Barch looking to get an underhook on the side, trying to lift up Andrew Tackett ever so slightly. Tackett using it as an opportunity to take the back, but PJ just kind of dumps him by standing back up. And Andrew Tackett looks like he's trying to hold on to that leg. It doesn't look like it's going to do much just yet. Referee stops them. PJ has a very surprised look on his face. Oh, I think Andrew Tackett might have got slammed. He has a almost confused like demeanor, wondering how he got to the mats. He says he wants to continue, but that did look a little bit scary. And now he's working from a heel hook, so yeah, he wasn't exactly out for forgets how to do this. He might be able to pick up and slam PJ. He does have PJ's back now. This does not look good for PJ. He has to be very careful. There's 13 plus minutes still to go here. And now he's working on almost a full Nelson on PJ Barch. Again, this is an area where all submissions are legal, and he is working from the back. PJ's under duress at this moment. This is a very dangerous moment for PJ if we can't emphasize that enough. PJ for a split second thought he was going to be able to go back inside of the guard and make his way through, but now he's a little bit flattened out. Andrew Tackett has his hips that he is slowly trying to move down. Yeah, this is a very tough spot for for PJ Barch to be working. What's up, Drizzy BJJ? Good to see you. I'm glad you are here to join us as we are watching us some FloGrappling presents Tezos, presents Who's Number One, presents Night of Champions. How many fucking titles does this thing need, by the way? Good Lord. All right, they're going to move them back to the center of the mats just in case you guys are wondering what exactly is going on here at any given time. And they have given, I thought he had more of a hook here, but I guess they've restarted the position. PJ making his way back on up, and Tackett, if he's not careful, is almost going to get dumped on his head one more time. But he does end up slowly moving down. He was looking for an omoplata entrance. PJ sweating it off as if nothing is going on. Now opts to collapse inside of his guard to maybe give him a split second to catch his breath, because guess what? This is going to be a very high intensity encounter between both of these gents. So it's easy to overlook something here, which is the fact that if you are Andrew Tackett, you are going to be utilizing your speed and your aggression to great effect and trying to throw off PJ, who is no slouch. I mean, we've seen how PJ has for a gas tank in many of the matches that he has been involved in, and they've always been top tier and excellent. But good Lord, just trying to keep up with somebody who's young and seems to have endless amounts of fight energy can be a task into itself. So it's 10:20 left on the clock right now, which means if you're judging it just based on this first 5-minute period, you would probably give it on over to Andrew Tackett. And PJ Barch is going to have to make up some lost ground in this next period, if not get the submission on his own. All right, we're about to go on up to the second period, and you will see very quickly that Andrew Tackett, keeping a very nice running theme of the red corner, running away with this evening with judges' preferences throughout the night. PJ Barch does almost get him shut down. For a split second, thought he might have a front headlock. Kind of collapses down. Both gentlemen disengage and re-engage very quickly after that. PJ tries for a throw by, then pushes on out Tackett. The referee sends them back on over, and Andrew Tackett seems to go back to fixing his hair. The amount of energy burned here into a mercy game, quite impressive all the more. I forgot, well, I also have to do a cheers, I believe, for somebody else. You know, normally we do toast for those who get finishes within regulation. Tackett almost with a takedown to J-Flow at work as PJ was able to bump him down, but then they have to stop the action because they were going into the FloGrappling 720 high definition cameras. It was very dangerous there. So, very interesting to see how this is continuing on. I am noticing here on my camera, it says that it always has a moment where it has to re-go. Like, I need to touch it and bring it back on. Woo! Tackett is relentless, brother. Good Lord. He does not ever quit. And again, fixing the hair. Leemax says, link for Gordon Ryan's match. That's amongst you to talk to the people in the chat and the comment section, as I will not be giving it to you guys because people at Flow know who I am. So no. Good luck with that. In the meantime, please enjoy this free play-by-play commentary that will basically keep you updated on what's going on. I can't emphasize this enough. Free. So, both these gentlemen, ooh, there was a nice little sleight of hand here by Andrew Tackett, who was feinting a low version of Mercy, and they came up on a very beautiful front headlock. Yeah, Tackett, it is very difficult to wear down your opponent with all of these attacks on the neck. And now Tackett basically, using his head, pushing him back and forth all around. That's a very unusual kind of head snake movement, but it definitely got him on the inside of PJ's own head here. Gilson Martins just asked for a link. I think you should probably talk with Lee Mack, who was asking that same question a few seconds ago. But happy to give you guys all of the information on as to what's going on. So stay here with us at Grappling Hour. We will be watching all night long, and I've got you guys covered for all of the play-by-play that you need that is actually free. And PJ may be in on his first pass here just by taking advantage of a situation. It does look like this heavy reap here by Tackett is trying to stabilize PJ from being able to advance the position. However, I don't know how long they stay here. Before, here we go. You see PJ thought about trying to attack the back. The referee stops them. And it almost looked like the young... Yeah, I'm looking at PJ, and PJ is looking exhausted. Brother, same. Gilson says, Mica, go win tonight. You might see that happen. Mica looked real good. Him versus the Baby Shark, though. Well, I'm sorry. That was the last match. I'm sorry. Baby Shark, and Sousa is your match for the finals of the 145. Mica, he had a very rough battle, but whoever wins this Tackett versus Barch match is also going to be equally as tired. So Mica's looking real good in terms of how things will go this evening. So you probably aren't wrong, sir. And Tackett, 6 minutes left to go in this match. And that last time, he definitely got the crowd to come alive just for a hair toss. And I wonder how many of these he will end up doing throughout the evening. So there is that. Ooh. There's a little bit of a crucifix that has Tackett now attacking PJ's arm. PJ's going to have to be very careful as to how this finishes. PJ tries to reverse the position. He is opting to stand back up and gets pushed on out of bounds. They'll reset them back to the center of the mats. But Andrew Tackett has been relentless with this pressure on PJ Barch. You have to figure he is likely the one that is ahead in this 5-minute period as well, which would give him 2 of those periods back to a game of mercy. And again, I think that Andrew Tackett has been so good at utilizing those mercy grips to offset what PJ Barch expects at any given moment. So be very careful and cautious as to how that is going on. How's the sound for you guys on Instagram? Because I think I may have to reset these to give them some more power. So I'm going to put these momentarily over in the recharge booth so that we can have them for the later matches. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So if the audio changes, my apologies. I will try to get them back on in a little bit for the main event and whatnot. All right, so they once again have given a preference on over to Andrew Tackett, the red corner, for the person that they believe, the referees, the judges, I'm sorry, believe is winning this match. So there is that. PJ Barch going to his classic. Oh no. Again, se ve onde asistieron con imágenes. Don't know. Sorry. Not good with other languages. Not very smart. Translate that in English because I can't even do that right now. Yeah, this is PJ Barch now trying to pass with a knee shield. Ooh! I think that Andrew Tackett brought his head up and kind of busted PJ in the chin. And he shoots in for a takedown, almost has it all the way through. PJ trying to use that J-Flow style judo tossing of him and doesn't quite get a reverse, and they go out of bounds again. And it just begs the question on all of these takedowns, exactly how they would finish if they had just a smidge more space. But man, PJ is looking at that clock, and I think he is feeling what so many of us feel whenever you roll with that new youngster in the class. It's like, this kid has energy for days. How long are we here for? 3:45 left to go on my clock here. And again, the advantage has to be on the Tackett side. PJ would definitely need a submission win. I would say this, dude. Tackett now just throwing in as many grips to the neck as he can get that they almost look like a bully beatdown moment. I think the weird part is, as tired as we know that PJ is, as young as Andrew Tackett is, I think we know that he's tired too. He can just keep firing is the only thing that's impressive to watch about both of these. What's up, Mimo Fighter? Good to see you. Appreciate you guys for joining in. We are currently with 3 minutes left in this impressive matchup between PJ Barch and Andrew Tackett. And Barch trying to use his wily veteran experience, but man, just so exhausted. He can't quite keep him at bay here. Tackett is probably going to end up with a very impressive pass, but instead opts to kind of go into a half guard of his own that allows PJ to maybe look at a foot, maybe look at getting kind of that offset 50-50 and sweeping him from here. He has to be very careful because I have seen Tackett go into escapes, into knee bars from that position. BJ has to bail on it and is on his back right now, just looking super exhausted. Woo, PJ, been there, brother. Welcome to how I feel when I roll with literally everybody, my friend. Good Lord. Yeah, PJ is going to be able to get back up. They're going to reset them back into the center of the ring. There's 2:07 left to go. It's a fucking rough match, man. I don't think I've ever seen PJ look this exhausted. And I don't want to say that he looks exhausted without proper context, which is, I think any of us in this situation would be fucking spent. But Andrew Tackett not letting up for just a second here. 149 left to go in this match. PJ goes to a knee shield. Tackett slowly trying to push a little bit of his forehead onto him. PJ makes a frame, looks for a butterfly hook. Tackett tries to reject it. PJ looking for a last-ditch attempt, going for a knee bar here. He doesn't quite have it, but it's good enough. Tries to switch it over to the opposite side. I think PJ knows that if he's going to get a win here, he has to maintain grip of this. And he's looking for a heel hook, doesn't quite get it. And Tackett now is just about out of it and looking to use it as a backdoor entry into a side control area. Doesn't quite get it, and the two of them find their way just staggering back up. Guys, all I'm going to tell you is this. After this, please make sure that PJ Barch is hydrated and taken care of because, good Lord, I feel for the guy. I know exactly how that looks and feels. PJ not stopping, though. Gets a takedown. Has to watch his arm and his leg. He's very cautious of Tackett, who's not relenting. And PJ, just gets pushed out of bounds once again by the young Andrew Tackett, who looks to keep a very aggressive center of this mat. Yeah, this is where if you're FloGrappling and you realize, okay, we've got a tournament. Ooh, PJ still finds the time to hit a beautiful switch. This is all out of instinct. That's how you can tell this shit is happening. I think they may set a new record for going out of bounds in this match. Oh my God. I would never say stop a match for PJ, but there's so much sympathy that I have for this man as he crawls his way back to the center of the mat and realizes, God damn it, there's 23 seconds. For the love of God. Let's just fucking get this over with. And yes, PJ is more than likely going to survive this out, but let's make sure this man is taken care of. He's got his electrolytes. It's just one of these guys is still going to go on and face Mica Galvao, and you just hope that the rejuvenated young Andrew Tackett gets the ability to rest and come back at his best. But if you're Mica Galvao, you're looking at this with bated breath and thinking, all right, I had a little bit of a war myself, but this seemed way more exhausting for both of these gents. Whew. Jiu-Jitsu is not kind to the aging. I will tell you this right now. Okay, Pulsar Lights. You just asked a question, which is, FloGrappling still making people sign up for a year. Now, I think the option is when you go to FloGrappling.com and you say you want to sign up, they suggest that you do a year subscription. However, I've been told on good authority that if you go to, say, Flow Sports, you could potentially do the monthly subscription. Do I know that's true? No. Can I prove it's true? No. Am I going to look it up? Still no. But I'm giving you this information so that possibly you can find out for yourself and not have to spend that much money. What are we talking about? Maybe Tackett got more positions. Tackett won that match, dude. And I say that as a fan of both of these gentlemen. It's just an objective thing. I don't know how you would potentially look at that as like, I don't know, it could be both of these guys. No. I'm pretty sure Tackett is going to pick up the win here. Also, if you go to the favorability judges, which is supposed to mean something, it's already told you how they lean for more than 10 minutes of the match. The only thing I want to make sure that we do is we don't pretend that we didn't witness something that was fairly clean and certain to the rest of us. So there is that. ADCC is a month early in 2024. They moved it to August from September. That is correct. Yes, they did. Yeah. I think they probably found the availability for the T-Mobile Arena and adjusted accordingly. Jazargo said, what happened with the J-Rod match? J-Rod came short in a decision against the equally impressive Mica Galvao, but it was a very good match. So the 170 division has really performed for us here tonight. Like, Mica and J-Rod was fire. Andrew Tackett and PJ Barch was a slugfest. You know, maybe not the most technically sound match I've ever seen, but one where you just have respect for both of those gents because of how exhausted they both were, and they still kept trying to fight until the very end. So that's what we're looking at. So it looks like they're taking a moment to do some ad reads, which I guess is a good opportunity for me to do my ad reads, right? All right, so let's see what happens if I press this button. I want to make sure that this might actually work because they're going to go to a quick break. All right, they're going to go do their bullshit. Here's what we're going to do. Hey, if you guys want to support me, aka this show, all you have to do is go on over to HY.PAGE/Grappling Hour. You become a member of the Grappling Hour community. You check these interviews out for $5 a month. you get to see these interviews 30 days before anybody else. So that means every single month you get at least 4 interviews. This month you're getting 7. And they mix with everybody, people from Bellator, UFC, what is it? These commercials are not sound balanced, so I got to turn this shit down. Hold on. My plug has got to go down. Good Lord. Who the fuck is sound mixing their shit? Anyway, let's go back to my plug. Where was I? Yeah, if you guys just pay $5 a month, you support me, you support the show. You can see these interviews 30 days before anybody else. And yeah, we were just saying that we've got people from the UFC, Bellator, LFA. We've got people competing on Up Next, local, regional places, and much, much more, including, I'm sure, some of the folks who are over on tonight's FloGrappling. I'm sure we'll pull a couple of those people to appear on the show this week. So go do that. Grappling Hour, $5 a month. And for a few extra dollars, you could see tape studies with prominent athletes breaking down their matches. You could see a segment where people roast my competition footage and much, much more, including me going through a table. That really did happen. Not lying. So anyway, you just said Owen should do more fights in the USA. He would walk through a lot of these guys. Yeah, but would he walk through that steroid test? Am I right? Look at that dude. He's one of those dudes who just is like, no, I'm just naturally look like I'm on steroids. And I'm like, Owen, are you sure, fam? No, Owen, the only way that he'll walk through any of these people, in my opinion, is if he hits Boston Crab, which I've seen him do some very, very impressive people. So that's all I'm looking for. But speaking of which, if you guys haven't seen, we just recently interviewed Owen on this broadcast channel, and it's my hope that you guys would be able to check out that interview and much, much more. So check him out. He is now a dear friend of the show, and we love the shit out of Owen. He's good people. But he would be a welcome addition. I do wonder if they have plans for different ones. Spiffs and Trent are good for the bot. I just love the fact that, whenever we bring somebody on for the very first time, there's a part of you that wonders, all right, how is he going to fare on our show? Like, how are we going to get along? What are we going to do? And for Owen, it didn't take long for us to realize that we're on very similar wavelengths. Like, he has a certain sense of humor that goes well with ours. And it didn't take long for all of us to become besties. So I have a lot of love for that guy. And I'm very glad that he has now become somebody who's going to appear more and more on the show. And just so you guys know, he himself volunteered to appear on a version of Roast Raph. So he is saying that he will come roast my competition footage sometime in the near future. So look for that to happen very soon, because if somebody as good as him says that he wants to roast my competition footage, I say, why not? You know what I mean? But that's what we got going on. What other questions do you have for me while we're in the process of a little bit of a stop down, I think? We're in the process of waiting as they just have a photo or a camera on some empty blank mats while they get to take an intermission. The rest of us that are workhorses, we don't. The underground don't stop for hose. So y'all, we just keep on going. I wish we could take a break, FloGrappling, but we are here and we are continuing to put on as many hours of entertainment as you guys are looking or want to have, and then some. So what are you guys predicting for the rest of the evening? We already had somebody say that they think that we are going to see some great stuff from Mica Galvao. Seems like a very healthy bet, I would assume. I think this is also an opportunity, actually, while I'm waiting for you guys to chime in the comment section, to say who you think is going to be winning tonight's remaining bouts. Don't forget Brianna Ste-Marie. She's coming up in a little bit. Homie, one Elizabeth Clay, also friend of the show, and much, much more. But just in case you were wondering what we've got coming up in the month of October, here are the interviews that we have. Dan Martinez, who just opened up his own academy. Amazing CJJ Combat Jiu-Jitsu winner. He's on the show on Tuesday. Bobby Winther from Cage Warriors recently picked up his debut win as a fighter. He's going to be on the show on Thursday. Diego Perez of the Up Next Fighting Organization, recently off a super great KO win at the Up Next organization. He is on the show on the 10th. Then on the 17th, we have Dana White Contender Series and all-around good guy winner. One, Dylan Budka, who's now going to be in the UFC, followed by Chelsea Connor on October 19th. Now, you may have noticed I bypassed two big events. We have an ADCC fight companion for both days of the East Coast trials. So it's going to be on the 14th and the 15th. But guess what? We've got another fight companion on UFC 293. That's going to be from Melton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy, followed on the 24th by JB Beckloff and JJ Wilson from Bellator, as well as Johnny Vasquez from the Up Next Fighting Organization. So, lots and lots and lots to watch. And I hope that you guys are going to come here for all of them. We have so many interviews. And I wouldn't be surprised if we book up a few of the folks who are winning tonight to give them the type of entertainment and interviews that I think they deserve from being monsters in that arena. So anyway, I gave you guys some time to think about what questions you wanted to ask me. Open book here. Feel free to hit me up. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you feel in the comment section. And let's see if we can answer some questions while we're waiting for some shit to go down. Because I know that you guys are very excited. It says, I've got Gordon. 100%. Love him or hate him. He is the king of this jiu-jitsu thing. He is definitely the king right now. There's no getting around that. And I love that everybody starts. What's up, average grappler? Everybody always starts with love him or hate him. Like, I always love that that's how we have to address him. There's not just like, Gordon's really good at jiu-jitsu. It's like, no, love or hate this guy. It's like, well, okay. We could just start by saying, like, this dude is good at jiu-jitsu. Period. Yep, that's it. Like, we don't need to figure out what his thoughts or opinions are on at like the homeless or anything like that. So that's what we got going on. But yes, I appreciate that's the way that we always have to address it. Clay and Brianna Ste-Marie are going to be coming up next, while I assume the entire locker room right now is taking a siesta in hopes that they don't have to do their matches tonight. Yeah, I think all of those poor dudes have been through wars. Hopefully we've got some good matches still coming up with them, but literally everybody in the 170 category is looking at each other like, Jesus Christ. Sorry, LOL. I like him, but I know a lot of people do not. I mean, if you look at him as just a dude who's a grappler, you have a lot to like. And I've interviewed him multiple times, and we're friendly, but, you know, it's also like, don't say dumb shit, dude. So, other than that, I wish him the best, and it'll be very cool to see him do his thing on a big platform like tonight, because with all the shit that happens to him health-wise, I think that's the biggest thing that's going to dethrone him as being a GOAT. It's probably not a grappler. It's going to be a sickness or some kind of bug, because those seem to be the only people that have wins over him over the most recent years. You know what we didn't do? And you guys didn't remind me, so this is all purely your fault. We didn't do a toast to the gents, Mica and J-Rod, and I'm trying to think if I should do one for Tackett and PJ Barch. Yeah, we'll do both. Fuck it. If we're going to break some rules, we'll break them just because we feel like it. All right, this toast goes on over to Mica Galvao and J-Rod. What a fucking match, you beasts. I don't always get to see 15-minute matches and enjoy them, but what you guys did was start to finish, guaranteed fireworks, and I got nothing but respect for you guys. That was so much fun to watch, and I hope that people in the future can watch a match like that and try to produce that pace, because it is not easy. So cheers to both of you gents. We got mad love for you guys. And Mica, come on the show, because you haven't yet. J-Rod's already been on. He's old news. Mica, come on the show. All right. You got Clay versus Ste-Marie. It is starting in 3, 2. Looks like they were about to start. The referee was just about to do this, and then they took a moment. With a graphic. They just put on a graphic again. What the fuck? Come on. All right, there we go. Bam. Clock is up and running. So just so you guys are up to date, Brianna Ste-Marie, Elizabeth Clay, that's what's happening on our FloGrappling screens right now. If you have any questions, please let me know. My name is Rafa Sparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour. If you like this, the easiest way that you can support me, like, share, and subscribe. That's it. I don't ask for a lot, but I will give you in return all the play-by-play that you're asking for and then some, especially while drinking, because they can't do that on FloGrappling, but this guy can. All right, Elizabeth is trying to knock out the leg of Brianna Ste-Marie with an underhook on it. Brianna's doing an excellent job of staying fairly stable on it, though. And now opting to push down the legs. She may use this as an opportunity to whip around that. Colton Cave says, I got you. My man, look at you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. Elizabeth Clay trying to attack this leg. Brianna Ste-Marie equally as frustrated that she can't necessarily spiral around to take advantage of the back, but she's doing an excellent job of putting that hand on the opposite foot of Elizabeth Clay to create some counterbalance so that even if she can't get away, that Elizabeth can't wrap both legs and attack it and create that. But Elizabeth's trying to be very clever here. Elizabeth Clay is very much in a dangerous position. Brianna Ste-Marie has to be very careful that knee line isn't fully protected, and Clay is now starting to extend the leg. Brianna's trying to push out, but she might be in some danger. I think Brianna might be stuck here. Elizabeth Clay attacking. Brianna Ste-Marie looking like she's a little stuck at just the 13-15 mark. An excellent grip here by Elizabeth Clay, who's now kind of positioning her foot inside of the hip to make sure that Elizabeth has to push that all the way down, or I'm sorry, that Brianna Ste-Marie has to push that all the way down in order to get some kind of space between the two. Excellent back and forth here thus far in. Elizabeth Clay did not come to mess around. She is looking to attack this leg with vengeance and had an opportunity to come up, but now wants to continue attacking that leg of Brianna Ste-Marie, potentially with the knowledge that Brianna wants to be in this top passing position. Brianna now in a better position in terms of how she can pass, look for a split second to get some kind of grip. And since she's not able to, just giving her the forum of justice to push her a little bit away. Excellent work here by both of these ladies. And again, feel free to shoot me comments, questions, hints, or concerns in the comment section as we are doing this live. My appreciation to you all for watching and for being with us here tonight. Brianna Ste-Marie, it says, do you rate the North, South, and Darce dilemma? Feel like it should be used more when in North, South instead of opting for a neon belly. Yeah, that's not bad. I like your observation. I think the hardest part is North-South is more of a stabilizing position for me. And I know that if you can sometimes toss some more dangerous attacks, that you have the option to become a little bit more of a threat. I think the hard part is opting for a neon belly. I guess it's versus. I think neon belly is really good control, especially if you have people who are fighting, because you teach them that and they're able to translate that. So I think it has a little bit more variety on where it can be used. But I'm a big fan of North South. Like I use North South as a very heavy control section, especially when I want to hit what I call the Dragon's Leaper, because if people are being dicks, I'll use that move. And then to other pro wrestling fans, I'll do that too, because I try to be nice to most people. But good question. Thank you for that question. I would assume that you like to hit that. And actually, it's a really good way to surprise people because sometimes they don't expect that transition to happen. I've had people try to do it to me, but then they forget I have a giant head. And trying to choke a giant head can be difficult. Now, Brianna Ste-Marie realizing that in the attempt to have her leg taken out from underneath her, that Elizabeth may be just giving up a little bit of a position to get a head and arm choke. And Brianna's putting a lot of pressure on Elizabeth Clay's arm to maybe give up this underhook on her leg. It's a very tough back and forth here. And I get the impression in these first 10 minutes, they're going to give the advantage 2-1. Brianna, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Clay. I think that Elizabeth did more aggression, and she'll be the first person in the blue corner to actually get an advancement if it went the way I thought it did. And that is correct. We did get a blue judge's preference. However, Brianna Ste-Marie working on a head and arm choke here, and she is over on the side, maybe thinking about going over to mount. Elizabeth Clay does go to a turtle, and now that's only playing more into a very smiley version of Brianna Ste-Marie, which I think is the scariest version of Brianna Ste-Marie. As she's trying to choke you and smiling like a Chucky doll, you're getting real scared here. By the way, Brianna Ste-Marie is a friend of the show, and she is a monster savage. And because she's such a sweet human being, the fact that she's smiling scares me. Flat out. I don't want somebody to be enjoying my death that easily. But she's also just somebody who, when she goes to compete, she oddly loves to watch her some Netflix and watch some dumb rom-coms. And you can see information like that from our previous interviews. Now she's working on the back. Elizabeth Clay, an excellent control here. The wrist control to the back take here from Brianna Ste-Marie has been nothing short of spectacular. What a transition there. Man, now, while working from kind of inside of a half guard of Elizabeth Clay, she had a great front headlock and is using it to open up that position. Now Elizabeth Clay going right back to attacking that leg. And if she can bring over the leg to a reap position, which she does, she'd be a very big threat. But I think she actually recognized that, you know what, that's not going to be as good without having it in a fully pinched knee being south position. So she gives it up. Elizabeth Clay now working from top. So Brianna Ste-Marie had a nice 2 minutes of attacking that position and now has to work from underneath on bottom. And it might take her a minute to kind of get her bearings back from here. But this is a very good place for Elizabeth Clay to be attacking from. I'm very intrigued to see how she's going to work. If she gets a similar type position here, Brianna Ste-Marie looking for some frames, now opting to go underneath the elbow, pushes it off. Elizabeth looking very businesslike right now, by the way. Like, she just got that Terminator look going on there for just a split second. We'll also do a cheers here momentarily for, I believe we're going to do one for PJ and Andrew Tackett. So give me a second before we get back to that and remind me if we do not. But I kind of want to stay on the action here unless we have like a dead moment, which is possible because these 15-minute matches have essentially all gone the distance, really. That's the tough part of this. That's why they probably started exactly at 4 p.m. They're like, you know what? These guys aren't going to get submissions. Wow. Way to believe in your talent, Flo. Way to believe in your talent. All right, we're in the same position here. Elizabeth still on top. Leg on the inside of Brianna Ste-Marie's guard. They're now showing a picture-in-picture, I think, of the team of... I can't see it. It's too far away, so I'm not going to bother to venture a guess as to who that might be. What's up, North-South Underwear? Good to see you guys. It's been a minute. Hope you guys are having a good day. We're watching us some Who's Number One Tezos Presents on FloGrappling, Night of Champions, 40 other subtitles in the title. Same position here. I think this is an interesting one because Elizabeth Clay mostly has had positional control, but hasn't really tried to advance it. Brianna Ste-Marie had a 2-minute stretch where there was a submission locked in that Elizabeth Clay got out of. So I wonder where the judges go on this one because I think it's hard to tell someone who only had 2 minutes of dominance but had a submission that they deserve this period more than the person who looked like they were on top. So now Elizabeth Clay trying to make this like crossface look a little bit more aggressive right now. Jazz Argo, it says Clay should win. I'm with you on that. I just don't know that this is a threat. Like, this is the closest that we're seeing right now at the, what is this? That was 5 minutes right now. I get the impression that's probably where they're going to go. So we'll see. It'll probably be a blue corner advancement here if I'm just thinking like the judges. No, they went for Brianna Ste-Marie. Okay, because they valued that one submission attempt because it was locked up for 2 minutes over the Elizabeth Clay positional control. You know, I don't even hate it. Just for something in the back of my mind was thinking that's probably how they're going to go when I was starting to compute who was going to win this. But if you're thinking it out loud, if Brianna Ste-Marie can't get out of this position, even from a control standpoint, this is now going to swing back on over to Elizabeth Clay, which in theory would give her the match if she stays just in this position for the next 5 minutes. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out for all of these folks. But you guys can tell me what you think or feel about that. Please do, as I appreciate you guys for watching along and having some silly fun with us because, woo, it is the best. I hope that you guys are very much enjoying this broadcast, this fight companion. We'll be doing 3 more of these, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. We're doing them for the ADCC Fight Companion for East Coast Trials. That'll be originating out of New Ground Jiu-Jitsu on the Saturday broadcast. And then it will be over at Milton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy on the Sunday. So I hope that you guys will take a moment to join us for those 2 days of back-to-back action. What's up, Philion? And you know what? We're not too far off from where I said we would be. Like right now, it's been 2 minutes of Elizabeth Clay kind of just being in that position. And it's not necessarily a submission here, though I think she's trying to put a little bit of wrench on that neck. It's just the casualness of Brianna Ste-Marie also might be underselling it. So hard to judge at the moment. But yeah, right now it looks very much like that. Ah, she's using it to climb into almost a mounted guillotine position. So we'll see if we're able to get her any kind of advancement from that position. But oof. 2 minutes and 30 are left to go from here. And that is a front headlock, not quite utilized. Now we're switching to Jazz Argo. Is she trying to go a little Darcy on this one? We'll see. All right. Now, no, not quite a pass. All the way. Brianna Ste-Marie is maybe trying to get up to her knees. There is a choke attempt here. And I think Elizabeth Clay is probably going to try and get on over to her side. And I don't know that she'll be able to lock it up, but that's going to be a lot of pressure. Brianna has a free arm that I think at this point it might be a little bit better spent trying to 2-on-1 that grip around her neck because it has been debilitating, even if it's not necessarily choking her out at this moment. Brianna has Elizabeth Clay's legs trapped, but it doesn't quite get anything going up there. I see a gable grip. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. I think the larger issue here is that she thought about a choke, but Brianna's not quite complying with it. So that as a result of it, you just kind of have to make the best out of this grip and just kind of eat it. Now she's switching on over. What'd I tell you, Jazz? This is looking a little more promising here because, yep, that Darce starting to shoot through a little bit more. Watch the right arm of Brianna Ste-Marie was just like, I'm fine. Everybody and their mom with the thumbs up today. Her and J-Rod are trying to let us know that they're way okay in positions that most of us would not be okay in. So kudos to those folks because I definitely know that there have been times when I have put up a thumbs up when it has not been a thumbs up time for Rafa Esparza, guys, just to be honest. So just so y'all know. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, we'll actually do toast to those who give us a subscription on YouTube. So I'll give a nice little toast on over to Steve Burko. Steve, this one goes on out to you, sir. And a lot of people know you as somebody with a massively good guard. Now, I've never said that, but a lot of people are saying that you've got a massively good guard. And I just get weirded out because I was like, whoever says somebody has a massive, like, that's not a weird way to, like, talk about somebody's, like, jiu-jitsu game, but that's what they do. So, cheers to you, Steve. We appreciate you. Love you guys. You also watch a show called Your Drinking Buddy. So, I feel like that's me too, because I drink a lot. So now they're going through and giving you a little bit of the highlights of that match. We'll do that. But I also noticed that another gentleman by the name of Dissonant Ways has joined us on our YouTube as a subscriber. This one goes on out to Dissonant Ways. Little known fact, but Dissonant Ways was actually the first person to use a buggy choke. He was the one to go on over to the Rotolos. And he was like, psst, hey guys, do this move. It's really dope. But don't ever give me credit. So I want to give Dissonant Ways their credit because we all know those Rotolo twins, liars. Huge liars. Everybody knows that. So cheers to you, Dissonant Ways, for following us on our YouTube page. That's it. If you guys actually want to get a cheers like we do for those who get finishes within regulation, all you have to do is give us a subscribe on our YouTube page and we will give you a toast. So a like and a subscribe will get you a toast on air. I appreciate those who support us. It legitimately means the world to us here on this show. So your support matters, your support helps, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys when you do such nice things for us here on the show. But also, like I said, give us a like. And I think Elizabeth Clay is going to wrap up a win here. So kudos and congratulations to her. Brianna Ste-Marie, I know there's just a slight disappointment, but today Elizabeth was the better person. Props to her. She played a very strong pressure game and got to respect that. So Elizabeth Clay, congratulations are in order for you. And you won a belt. That's pretty dope. So congrats. I wonder if they're going to do an interview with her because I would assume once you win a belt, you should get app. Yep, there's Kendall. Let's put on the voice so that we can hear what she has to say. Right now, Daniel Bryan is actually making his way onto the stage at WrestleDream 23. Elizabeth Clay is saying, it feels great to actually win a belt because the last time I did this, I was fighting at the heavyweight division, and I'm not quite that big. So I think she's saying, she feels proud of this match. She felt like she did a good job. And Kendall is saying, this is a nice chance that you were able to get some revenge for the last time you faced her, and you won it when you guys were back to purple belt days. I think that Elizabeth Clay is finding a nice way to say, man, I don't really give a shit, but you know what? It feels nice to win. So she says she doesn't give a shit really who she's going to face. She's just here for everybody. She's here for the smoke. So congratulations on over to Elizabeth Clay. What a consistent performer, and congratulations to her. We love ourselves someone, Brianna Ste-Marie here at the show, but much respect to her. What a fucking great performance. Oh no. So here's the weirdest part about this. I love that we're in the process of saying, NFTs kind of were a scam. But do you guys love Tezos? They're not definitely a scam. What's up, J Money? Well, what's up, MMA Elena? Good to see you, man. We got a fucking day ahead of us, my friends. There are still some matches. We still have the closures of both the 145 and the 170. Plus, you've got Gordon Ryan and something else. I'm forgetting what it is, but let's go ahead and look and see what we have left for us. There's at least 4 matches. I think there's also the Rafaela, I think. Whatever it is, FloGrappling is taking a fucking breather. So these bums are taking a break while the rest of us who do actual work are still hard at work on this. Yep, you definitely have Guedes versus DeJesus. That's coming up, I believe, next. We just saw Ste-Marie, so we should be going back to the tournament. Yep, Diogo Reis and Gabriel Sousa coming up right now. So let me go ahead and change that on over for you guys who are following along, and you'll see it up here shortly at the top of the broadcast. All right. Sousa and Reis coming up right now. This will be your flyweight final, so keep it locked here for more information. I'm glad that you guys are joining us. My name is Rafa Sparza. Love seeing you guys on here. It is a pleasure to be broadcasting with you guys on this Sunday evening. And yes, we do have a lot to get through still. So we have these 2 matches and your co-main and main event still on the broadcast docket here tonight. But I want to make sure that you guys know we here appreciate your time, your candor, and much, much more. But so many friends of the show appearing on tonight's broadcast. Diogo Reis making his way on out. So, no, they are not wearing the same hats. I was wondering if everybody's sponsored by the same people, but this is one of the first times I'm seeing somebody walk out without the same sponsors going on. All right. So, in this one, I would love to see the baby shark get it done. Honestly, he's a monster of a kid to watch. And an ADCC champ, Gabriel Sousa, has been very consistent in the past. It'll be very interesting to see how this plays out between the 2 of these gents. But let me double check this. You know, before I was going back, I was trying to figure this out. Yeah, at ADCC, Diogo and Gabriel, you know, I questioned myself. I wondered if they had faced each other at ADCC, but I was in fact right. It did take a minute, and you did see Diogo end up winning his ADCC title at the very last Monster ADCC. And this kid, dude, he's something to behold. Diogo ended up winning that one 3-0. So he already has a little bit of a mental advantage over one Gabriel Sousa. And right now, as we're just starting, he's already attempting to take the back here. And Gabriel's now going to be playing from top and working to pass. So it's going to be very, very cool to watch all of these gents face it on out for the rest of the evening. My appreciation to you guys. And again, if you give us a like and a subscribe, we will give you guys a toast on air. So just as a reminder, in case it doesn't quite click in, that is what we are doing here on this broadcast. All right, working from an underhook, but a beautiful transition between both of these gents. You are seeing Gabriel on top, trying to get an arm lock over on young Diogo Reis, but Diego working to get his guard back, almost gets a sweep, can't quite complete it all the way through. Now, he might have an opportunity, but the ref is actually stopping them. They're going to move them back to the center of the mats. And you did hear them on the broadcast say that they're out so many things all at once, which is factually true, that they did throw out a lot of jiu-jitsu all at once. So cannot disagree with that. But yes, you've got this co-main, main event, and your 170 division. So essentially, this many matches left. And we resume. 13:30 left on the clock right now as they reset exactly where they left off. And man, Diego makes that look so easy to regard like that. He's going to look for that sweep, had double overs for just a split second, but then they evaporated out of his grips. Now, Gabriel using it to collect his head from up top with the knee staple on in between. It's going to look to push down that leg, continue trying to advance, but that might actually give an X-guard entry over to Diogo if he's looking for it, but he's keeping a nice frame to make sure he doesn't advance. As such, takes a slight butt scoot out, gets both butterfly hooks in, and Gabriel pummels very quickly to get that staple back. He's going to look to go back on over to that left side to continue with a pass. Now from this, Diogo, he might have a leg attack here. Nope, has to opt to give it up. Diogo's pretty okay with letting him work from passing this guard. This is going to be interesting to see how much of what Gabriel's been working on with people like JT Torres over at Essential and the work that they've been doing has been giving to him so that he can make these improvements, he can make these attacks, and he can continue doing excellent work where he is coming from. So I'm very intrigued to see how that plays on out. 12:04 on my clock left to go in this match. And again, I will always take your guys' questions, comments, concerns, hints, or allegations. So feel free to talk to me wherever it is that you guys are watching this. All right, for a split second here, Diogo. Yeah, this takes a split second to realize exactly what's going on here. But if you're looking right now, Diogo is looking to pass. He's now on top. That leg is in trouble just slightly. Gabriel's going to look to try and take a knee bar home. And Diogo doesn't care. Both the gentlemen stand all the way back on up. And you're going to see now, as they stop for a moment, they're going to get reset back into position at the center of the mat with Gabriel working off of his back and Diogo working from inside of his guard. So yes, it's going to be a very tense match between both of these gentlemen. If you remember what it looked like at their match back at ADCC, a low-scoring affair that I believe went into overtime. It was a very, very close contest between those gents. And again, very, very close match all the way through. Thank you guys again for tuning in with us tonight. You guys still have to remind me, who do we have to cheers to? Don't let me forget. I want to give some shout outs to some friends who have been giving us some likes over on the side. Cheers on over to Francisco Ramirez. Thank you so much for the like. Appreciate you, brother. Everybody knows that the people that I steal all of my passing tips from come from Francisco Ramirez. I'm just saying. He's the guy who I would get an instructional from. What's up, Ron Devella? Good to see you, brother. And then additional cheers on out to David Acetuno. David Acetuno, always, always great stuff, except for his WWE BJJ stuff. Hasn't been that great lately. Man's been slacking. He knows it. I think he got caught with the figure four leg lock, and I think we all kind of looked down at the ground and said, yikes. But otherwise, cheers, brother. We love you. We miss you. All right, so that's what's happening over on that side of the world. I'm going to remind you guys, if you like what you're seeing, if you want to get a cheers like that, all you have to do is give us a like and a subscribe on our YouTube page. It means the world to us. You can also do it on our Facebook page, and we'll go ahead and toast you guys on air. It is that easy. Yeah, this has been a freaking war between these two. Watching them get this technical, this tight, and Diogo now playing on top. I unfortunately missed who they gave the first round, the first 5 minute period to. But you're seeing Gabriel, I don't think he looks as tired as much as he looks, maybe just a little bit as withered, because he's got a very game opponent in Diogo who can kind of match his intensity levels. And all things considered, both of them did pretty well in their first matches. They definitely had some difficult aspects to go ahead and figure out and fix as they were going along. But altogether, very, very impressed by both of these young gentlemen. Meanwhile, oh, that's one of the best dragon screws I've ever seen. Daniel Bryan, way to go. Daniel Bryan and Zack Sabre Jr. might actually be more technical wrestling than anything we're seeing on FloGrappling here tonight. Just so you guys know what that means, we're watching AEW Wrestle Dream, a very, very fun show that is on pay-per-view. And with better quality than FloGrappling, if we're being honest. So, there is that. Join in as we are watching Who's Number One. All right. Match is kind of slowing down a little bit on pace, and with good reason. Both of these gents probably understand you don't want to give your opponent just a second to get back into it, but nice little foot trip there by Diogo, who uses it to attack the front leg, pulls it back, and uses it as an opportunity to maybe drag down his opponent. And Gabriel doesn't quite fall for it, but if he does that enough, that might be an entry into a back take here. Gabriel tries for a Granby, and guess what? Still manages to end up with a back take here. Gabriel may be looking for another knee bar. I don't know that he's close to it, but it definitely surprised Diogo with the speed and intensity that he was able to muster on it. All right, he's passing the leg over to the other side here, and Diogo looks like he puts himself into this almost like leg crush here just to kind of sacrifice it so that maybe he has a step in to advancing and passing. He's going to look to try and wrap the arms back almost as a clean pass here at a very opportune time, by the way. I think with just a minute 10 or a minute 5, or I'm sorry, a minute 15 left to go in the second period, I think you'd be a little bit more pressed to say that Diogo has been the aggressor in this second period. And he's looking for a back take. He might be working to a head and arm choke here. Okay. I see you. He's kind of working to get the foot untrapped. Okay. Diogo brings the arm out, looks for a leg to hook on over, and beautiful passing here by Diogo Reis, who contains, maintains, and now has a very firm lock. And just admission of price here for Diogo Reis is worth it all. He's almost to a back take. I would be very concerned. I think he needs to come back up very quickly, but instead, he in transition lets Gabriel take the lead position on that. So we got that going on. It's been a very, very solid back and forth here between all of these gentlemen. So very much appreciate you guys for watching. I think what we're going to do at the end of this match is we'll probably put a stop to the Instagram version. We have let the earbuds recharge, so we'll put an end to it, and then we'll go live from Verbal Tap in case you're watching on that region alone. And ooh, good lord. Oh, there's a Kimura trap here. Baby Shark might be in danger, but oh, he opts to let go of it. And now Diogo, I think Diogo is now, yeah, they just mentioned that he got the judge's preference for that second round. So if any of you guys know who won that first round, that would be great to know. I didn't quite see who had that one, but you would get the sense the momentum was switching on over to Diogo, but then all of a sudden, Gabriel Sousa comes back up and now maybe working with some momentum of his own. All right. From this position, Gabriel Sousa almost looking to unconventionally take the back from this position. Doesn't quite have it fully locked up. If Baby Shark can get up to his knees, and he does, he has a very solid passing position. He's looking to kind of bring the knee in. and now using it as an opportunity to slither on up. Maybe again signposting that he wants to get that head and arm choke. There's 3 minutes left to go. And honestly, if you're looking at this as a judge, it is very difficult to figure out who's going to win this thing. Just by the smallest of inches in the last time these guys went up against each other, you saw that it was one Baby Shark who did get 3 points, and I believe that was in overtime. So it's always hard to figure out who is going to end up winning, who is going to end up getting that slight edge. And there's not a ton of time right now, especially when you consider how intense both of these gentlemen have been going for the entire race. But if you're looking to see that Diogo is the one that stood up right now and is actually working to pass, and it's Gabriel having to respond to it, it's entirely possible that Diogo Reis, one Baby Shark, is going to come out with a win again against a very game opponent. And if you're looking at this and you think about it logically, you could be seeing these gentlemen again back at ADCC. Like, this is kind of a preview of what could come very naturally again in the next year. And don't forget, the next ADCC takes place in, of all times, August 2024 from the T-Mobile Arena. So keep that in the back of your mind as you're watching all of these events transpire tonight. So, yep, 2 minutes left to go. Here we go. This is going to decide who wins or loses this very, very tense, this very taut match between the two. There's a lot of effort by Gabriel putting into this Kimura from underneath. And instead, Baby Shark almost uses it as a back take and just has to be stopped right as they get to the edge of the mat. And you get the impression he was about to lock up a very solid back take from here. Yes, there is a JT Torres, also with Fionn Davies, who's over on the side cornering one Gabriel Sousa. Very intriguing back and forth between all of these different moments tonight between these gentlemen. Diogo, Gabriel, we're in the last minute 40 of this match. And right now, Diogo back up on top. He's probably going to try and shuck down Gabriel Sousa, but both gentlemen back on their feet, back to a game of mercy. If you're Gabriel Sousa, you got to probably throw the kitchen sink at this point. Like, it's a very high likelihood that Diogo has been considered the aggressor for being in that position for so long. So you can't just rest on your laurels. You probably know you need the finish here on these last few seconds. So, Gabe, as a reminder, I know you're watching over on Instagram. We're going to be switching over to Verbal Tap for the last 3 matches. So, for right now, stick here. As soon as this match is done, we're going to go ahead and cut the stream and go on over, and I'm going to put in my earbuds. And hopefully the volume's a little bit better. So, just as a heads up on that. Last minute of work here. Diogo back on top. That's not where you want to be if you're Gabriel. Gabriel, as comfortable as he may be, that's putting a lot of pressure on attacks when you're that exhausted to go from. He tries to stand back up. Diego is equally as game to stay with him for these last few seconds. There's 40 seconds left in this match. And you are getting the impression that if he is able to take this to a decision, the decision will be the Baby Sharks themselves. All right, here we go. Last 30 seconds. We'll see who wants it more. Gabriel looking for that knee bar again. Doesn't quite get it. Diogo. Diogo's definitely doing his best to try and pull one out here. Still wrestling him down. Has a waist lock. And I think if he's smart, he just kind of keeps that waist lock going and just maintains that grip. Gabriel puts his arms up, but I'm afraid that if anybody watched that, you're going to get the impression that Diogo himself was able to pull out the victory. But good stuff. Major props to Baby Shark. I mean, once again, solidifying the fact that he is your ADCC champion for a reason. So they're going to do a replay and a plug, which means I guess it's time for me to do a plug real quick. Hey, if you guys are watching this, my name's Rafa Sparza. I host a show called The Grappling Hour. If you enjoy what you're watching and you want to see my interviews 30 days before anybody else, you go on over to HY.PAGE /grappling hour and you become a member for just $5 a month. $5 a month supports me, supports the show, allows me to get fancy equipment like this, and much, much more. So you'll get to see those interviews, and for an extra $3 or so, maybe 5, you end up becoming a member of our Grappling Hour Platinum community, where you see extra episodes that's not available anywhere else. You see Roast Raf, a segment where people insult and roast my competition footage, and much, much more, including minisodes. So you can do that at HY.PAGE /grappling hour. But Raf, I'm poor and I don't have the money to financially support you. All good. You can give us a like and a subscribe. If you give us a like and a subscribe, if you give us a subscribe and I see it right now, we will give you a toast on air. That's it. That's as simple as it is, my friends. So, what's up, B Cruz? So, they're about to crown your 145-pound champion, and it is Diogo. He's congratulations to him. What a monster. Very well deserved. B Cruz, just so you know, we're going to be actually venturing on over to Verbal Tap for the last hour of this broadcast. I want to give you the heads up. I appreciate you guys for watching here. I think they're going to interview Diogo. So, all right, let's see what he has to say real quick, and then we'll cut that stream and stay on here. You guys don't go anywhere. You guys go to Verbal Tap. How's it feel to have a belt? He says he feels pretty good. So he's saying he's going to donate some of the proceeds, I think like 1% of his proceeds that he made, to a charity to get back. It's very cool. What's up, SJ? We're going to be moving over to Verbal Tap Cast for the Instagram version of this. So just give me a heads up here in a second. So Kendall just asked if you have any messages that you want to give to the people back at home. And he's taking a moment to give a shout out to his friends and family over that way. All right, let me also make sure I have a plug in. Oh boy, I don't know that I have a plug in for the battery pack. So Diogo is also giving props to his master and saying like, "Hey, thanks for helping me get to here. I really appreciate everything that you've done." He said, "You can call me Baby Shark or even more, something else." By the way, shout out Mighty Mouse. Yo. Mighty Mouse in the house over at Wrestle Dream for AEW. That's a great signing. Get him in the ring. Let's do that. Let's make that shit happen. Oh, it's because it's him versus Kenny Omega. Smart. God, they're so smart over at AEW. I wish we were this smart in Jiu-Jitsu. We're not. The Hulk, Lucas Barbosa has a special message. Okay. What is it? And why are we just staring at the mats? I think we need to have a better we're on break sign rather than seeing the mats. Or even you can transpose something over it. But just seeing these like workers clean the mats is not exactly compelling television for people who are paying $150 a year. MSK7 says, somebody have link? So the weird part of this is the E on have link is heavily accented, and I don't think that's one that you have to have an accent on. So just saying, just a very American thing to look over. Why don't we do this? I'm going to put on a nice little commercial break since they're on a commercial break. We'll be right back with the rest of the show. And like I said, we still got 3 more matches, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a second, you guys. My name is Rafa Esparza. Many of you know me as a friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, but that's not all I do in our sport. I'm a jiu-jitsu commentator, broadcaster, photographer, meme maker, analyst, writer, coach, tournament producer, and occasional athlete therapist. I know, it's weird. I've worn many hats in jiu-jitsu, but the one that I cherish the most is serving as a host. We have done some incredible things over the past 4 years on this show, but starting this Tuesday, we will roll out a brand new experience for fans of the Grappling Hour. Going forward, we will be offering 2 membership-based offerings. Tier number 1 will give our fans early access to my interviews. Tier 1 members will have the ability to see my interviews a month before they're released to the general public. And as a topical show that has a track record of being the first destination for some of the biggest names in our sport, you won't want to miss out on those. Members of this tier will also have access to audio versions of this show in the event that they don't want to see my face, which I totally get. Each month, subscribers will get to see 4-hour-long interviews. Tier 2 members will not only have early access to my interviews, but they will also get to see brand new content that will not be available anywhere else. New premium content includes bi-weekly podcast minisodes. These episodes are designed for the grappling superfans who want in-depth discussions with our guests on topics ranging from greatest losses to opponents that competitors respected the most. Topics will be explored for limited runs, anywhere between 4 to 10 weeks, and will give the featured guests on each episode an opportunity to share the type of unique insight that either gets lost or overlooked in most other interviews. Drill Sessions, a monthly segment where friends and guests of the show will share short videos of the techniques and sequences they're currently drilling in their gyms. Swept Under the Mat, never before seen behind the scenes footage from the Grappling Hour archives, and short videos and vlogs from the coverage that I do at various MMA and grappling live events. Members will also be treated to show bloopers and occasional clips of my own training sessions. There's also going to be a live chat dedicated to members of this tier that will answer questions ranging from just about anything you guys want to throw at me. And finally, members of this tier will also have the ability to pitch mini-sode episodes and occasionally submit questions for upcoming guests. To become a member, head on over to HY.PAGE/GRAPPLINGHOUR. You can also find the link for that page in the description below. Now listen, I know there are a lot of you who may not be able to afford these subscription tiers. That's why it's important to me to still offer some content for those people who want to support the show, but may not have the means to do so financially. So for you, we're still going to offer a condensed weekly version of the show. That show will give you the first 10 minutes of my interviews, and a month after that episode is released to our early access and premium subscribers, they will be unlocked on our YouTube page. In return, all that I ask is that you subscribe to us here on our YouTube page and that you continue to like and share the content that you enjoy on our page. I know money is tight for everybody right now. The last thing you want to do is thinking about having to invest in another subscription-based service. But I hope that you see the value in the types of interviews that I do. I hope you see the consistency of my coverage over the past 10 years, and I hope you see the overall vision that I have for this show. I have never been short on ambition. And for the next phase of this show, I'm taking a pretty big swing. So with that, I'm going to need some support. I hope that you'll come with us and help us become an even bigger and better show. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for even watching all the way to right now, even if you do nothing. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats. What is up, everybody? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you live with some watching of the Who's Number One broadcast. I hope that you guys are having a great night. I'm having a great night. We're also watching, I believe, AEW's Wrestle Dream, but we are at our co-main event. So they're putting the co-main event, and then I believe they're going to go straight on over to the the N170 to give the guys more time to rest on that. And then afterwards, they're probably going to finish with Gordon and Patrick Gaudio. So just so that you guys know how the end of this night goes, that is what we're looking at. And it looks like we have a lot of people who are coming in from, I'm assuming, Brazil, wanting to know how things are going on. I appreciate you guys for being here. And I will do my best to give you play-by-play. We will not be showing any part of it. What's up, Bryce? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, brother. But for those of you watching, yes, I will be giving you live play-by-play commentary that hopefully saves you a few dollars from having to buy the annual subscription or the monthly one, because the monthly does exist for FloGrappling.com. But yes, right now you do have our ladies as the co-main event. They're coming up right now. I will be happy to answer any questions that you have about these matches. So feel free to shoot them on over to me in the comment section. I'll be doing my best to say what's up. Lowlife says, Spookistan. Okay, fair enough. Or is it Spokanistan? Good to know. Thank you for that. All right, let me make sure I put this on the branding up here so you guys know exactly where we are. And then Guedes. How do we say her name? Guedes? I think is it Rafaela Guedes? Or Guedes? All right, here we go. That's changed over on the branding over on this side, so that way you guys know where it says. They could try to do something easier for us. I don't know what that means. Oh, I think FloGrappling is pretty bad with that sub thingy. They could. I mean, yeah, dude. But I think they're just trying to make money, and I don't know exactly what to do with that, because they should make it easier to be able to just have a monthly subscription rate. But that's just me. What do I know? As a reminder, you guys, if you like what you're seeing here, give us a like and a subscribe. And if I see that you guys give us a subscribe on our YouTube page, we will give you a toast, just like we do those who get finishes within regulation. So just to know that. What's up, Punk Mexican? Is that the name? What's up, George? Good to see you guys. We got some great stuff coming up. Just so you guys know, ADCC broadcast. We're going to do East Coast trials for days 1 and 2. Day 1 is going to happen over at New Ground Jiu-Jitsu, and day 2 is going to happen over at Mama Academy, which is where I teach out of. So there is that. But yes, pleasure to see all of you guys. Love you so much. All right, we're back over here. Rafaela Guedes versus Nathiely de Jesus. That is the match that we are looking in front of us right now. And we will do a toast here in a moment. So just as a reminder, don't let me forget that. Also, you've got your 170 finale and your main event coming up very, very soon. All right, 14:04 on the minute clock left to go in this one. Very intriguing to see how this will play out, because these are two incredibly talented jiu-jitsu practitioners. Very happy to see them back on the mats for Who's Number One. Very interesting to see where they are put here. What's up, Amate? Thank you for joining us. I hope that you guys are having a great day. Got a lot of people joining us right now. Thank you so much for watching along. If you're coming in and you want to know what's going on this Who's Number One broadcast, that's what I'm here for. I'm going to give you guys play-by-play as this is going on right now. Rafaela is the one standing up, dragging the foot along and looking to pass. And Nathiely de Jesus is moving her way across, making sure that she will not get captured by any of this nonsense. What's up, Caro Guedes? Very nice to see you guys. All right, right now, Rafaela on top, trying to work from this knee shield position. Thought about a footlock for a split second, and Nathiely was playing some very aggressive guard. I see here IH asks, who's next? I don't know. That's their game show, otherwise known as the Ultimate Grappler, that they kind of stole from that. I see a note here that says, Amate, opinion on Baby Shark versus Sousa. Correct decision. Baby Shark did a better job. It says, this has nothing to do with the matches tonight, but what are your thoughts on Pedigo's submission team, Daisy Fresh? I think they're great. They're fucking amazing, man. They're very impressive. Work ethic is out of control. I'd like to see even more out of them. It's one of those things where, given them time, let's see what they're able to pull off in maybe 2 or 3 more years. even that. But I think they're very impressive, man. I think that's one of the few things that Flo has definitely gotten right. Like their ability to tell stories for that team has been very impressive, and props to them because it has definitely been an interesting storytelling perspective. What's up, Elliot? Good to see you, brother. But yes, 11:51 left to go between Rafaela and Nathiely. What's up, Requesto Partum? Good to see you. There's a little bit of a momentary stop. The referee is looking at both the competitors, and I can't tell if somebody got hit in the eye or something. So give me a second to try and place what's happening. What's up, the Shook Knight? Good to see you guys. And it says, I grew up with Michael Pixley. He was not my best, or he was my best friend throughout my school years. That's awesome, man. Good for you, brother. I bet that's going to be really cool to see that happening. What's up, El Lobo Jitsu? Good to see you, man. In case you guys haven't seen my interview with the Wolf himself, you guys should go check out that interview. It is over at Grappling Hour, and we had a very great conversation. And I would have said we got to train, but he ran away. Strange. I thought he was really good. Just kidding. No, we just didn't train that day. He had his pops there. I wasn't going to do that to him. Who do you got, Mica or Andrew? You know what? Mica is obviously the favorite, but Andrew does well as an underdog. So I think all favoritism, we're probably going for Mica, but Andrew's been on this show, so he's a friend of the podcast. If Mica came on the show, I'd probably go for him, but he hasn't been on there yet. He will be. I think, I don't know that I've reached out yet, but I think we can make that happen. So anyway, thanks you guys for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. As a reminder, this is Rafa Sparza from the Grappling Hour. And if you're watching on Verbal Tap, you guys know what this is. What's up, Seamus? That's so great. I'm so glad that you grew up with him back in the day. That must have been really, really fun there, Colton. And as a reminder, we give a cheers, a nice little toast to those who get finishes within regulation. But we also give toast to those who like and subscribe us. So if you like or subscribe to this channel on Facebook or YouTube, we will give you a toast on air. And you can find us at both of those regions on the Grappling Hour. It's very easy to find. We try to make it as simple as possible. But I'm keeping a lookout, and I've seen some of you guys give us some subscriptions, and I want to make sure that I don't miss any of you guys. So do me a solid. Meanwhile, back on the mats, man, Rafaela is signposting that she really wants to take home one of these legs. While even passing from top, she seems to grab the leg in a way where she wants to fall back with it, but then goes right back into passing because it might not be the time just yet. What's up, Tiago Duarte? Good to see you. Thank you for watching along with us. We are also watching Wrestle Dream over on AEW. So if you see me go a little bit back and forth, you know I'll be taking care of those things back and forth. Boa! Good to see you, Yago Diego. Good to see you. Thank you so much for watching along with us. All right, same business. They did say that Nathiely is the one who's been the aggressor thus far in, which is very strange because you are seeing a little bit more aggression, in my opinion, from Rafaela, but that's what it is. And it says, dude, it was amazing. I got the pleasure to wrestle with him in high school. His dad was the one who gave me my nickname, Caveman. That's pretty dope. I got to appreciate that. By the way, Colton Dave, did you end up giving us a like and a subscribe? Because if you did and I didn't toast you, I would feel really rude. I wasn't sure if that was you that we toasted a little bit earlier. What's up, Soul OC? Solo OC? I don't know if I'm saying that right. And Omar, great to see you guys. And Nathiely is working on a triangle, but not quite there just yet. Both the shoulders are pretty easily in. And okay, you absolutely did, but did I give you a toast? Again, make sure that I gave you a toast. I like to dot my I's and cross my T's, so just making sure. And to those of you asking for a link, I'm not going to give one on here. If you guys give one to each other, do your own business. But people here at FloGrappling actually know who I am, and I'm not fucking that up because although they don't always do the best broadcast, we still try to be on the up and up. So whatever you do in the comments, I didn't see it. I have no idea what's happening. What's up? It's just Mike. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. What's up, Garo331? All right. So a nice little continuation here. I mean, Nathiely, she does have aggressive attacks from on bottom. I don't think you did, to be honest. Thank you. I was just going off of what I saw on my YouTube page, but if I'm forgetting something, I want to be honest about it. So let's take care of that right now. Hey, guys, this toast goes on out to Colton Cave, otherwise known as Caveman, and legitimately the secret behind the Daisy Fresh series. He's the guy who made them actually work out of the laundromat. You didn't know that? Hmm? I do. That's the stuff that they cut. FloGrappling cut Colton out of the show. Put that on some print. Make them feel bad about it. Anyway, Colton, thank you so much for your support on the show. We appreciate you, brother. Cheers to you. All right. Took care of it. See, Colton, man of my word. All right, 7:40 left to go in this match. And Nathiely had the first 5 minutes here. And I think the aggression that we do see from her is that she is at least pursuing things, even if it does look maybe a little bit suspect, in terms of like its efficiency. She's at least trying to block out the legs, trying to get the trips in, trying to get her off balance. So maybe that's where it's at. And maybe the judges just didn't appreciate the fact that Rafaela was standing up, but maybe not quite doing as much as she could to pass or threatening an actual submission in their opinion. So who knows? We wait. We continue. We go on. All right. Now, again, a similar picture. 6:57 left to go. Nathiely playing off of her back, trying to get a guard working here. Rafaela looked to see if maybe she could spin out the side and go out here. IH says, what about me? My name is Demetrius Brown. Demetrius, did you give us a subscription on our YouTube page? That's how we're doing these. If you give us a like and a subscribe, and I can see it, I will give you a toast on air. So I'm happy to give you a shout out, but go give us some support on the page, and I'll give you a nice little made-up story about you. I mean, cheers. Yes, that's exactly what I said. What's up, Worm? Good to see you. You said yes, sir. Did you give us one? What's up, Sauce Pro? Good to see you. Are you watching AEW right now? I'm doing double duty. I've got grappling on and I've got AEW on, and I gotta tell you which one's more exciting right now. It's AEW. So, meanwhile, there is a pretty good back take here, though. Attempt by Rafaela, or I'm sorry, by Nathiely, who's close. She's going to go back on over to turtle, circle around, see if she can slide in that left leg to get a hook, and then maybe start working from there. Now, this is an easier thing to say. Nathiely has been way more advancing on these positions. All right, IH, if you could just tell me that you subscribe to us, then I think we're good. If not, all good. We will fix that. But yes, like and a subscribe gets you a toast on air. I do appreciate how many of you are showing up right now, because we do have 2 more matches after this one. You have your 170 finish, which promises to be a banger. Oh, Demetrius Brown, not Demetrius. Sorry, bro. I was going to give you props to say you're like a Mighty Mouse, but instead I got to call you Demetrius, which is kind of powerful, just not as powerful. I subscribed. All right, here we go. And liked. I got you, bro. Somebody says Mica already beaten today. And well, Mica is already in the finals, and I believe he beat J-Rod. So that is how that one's working on out. And he will be now going up against Andrew Tackett, that I believe is the next match. And then the final one is going to be Gordon. All right. Demetrius. Okay, here we go. This toast goes on out to one Demetrius, not Demetrius, for whatever reason, doesn't like that name, even though it's the GOAT of our sport. I just want to say this, brother. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for loving us. But what most people don't know about this young man is that he was the first person to ask in recorded history, hey, can I borrow some tape? Now, he's the guy we have to blame. That if you ever get asked too much for athletic tape to put over stuff, he was the first one to do it. Maybe he was the smartest one to ask. Maybe not. That's for history to say. But to you, Demetrius, thank you so much for your love and support. We appreciate you, brother. Cheers on to you. Thank you so much for watching along with us. What's up, Kevin Scott? Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. But yes, we are watching us some FloGrappling. Who's number one? Night of Champions, as presented by Tezos, etc., etc. So that is what is happening live in front of us. But yeah, we're pretty close to getting to these final two matches. I love this. Yeah. Appreciate it. We have little John in the corner right now. Miragale versus Mica. Who will win? Probably Miragale, just based off of size. But it'd be a fun match. It'd just be nonsensical. I think the only way we really see it is what, in like an 80cc, like absolute? Like, I don't know how we would see that one. It just seems like we wouldn't see it off base. What's up, Jagar 3.0? 3.0. There's two other versions of you? How did those look? All right, they're back up. And you're seeing Rafaela be a little bit more reckless in terms of how she's trying to get a finish here. I think she's at a place where she's just like, you know what, I'll take anything. I've got 240, try to win this thing, and it is not looking great. So let's definitely try to make the best of it. It says, I added on YouTube. How did I not know about that? I don't know, bro. I mean, I've literally done 400 broadcasts saying that very thing. But what I can do for you, what's up, Valderrama, is we're going to do a toast for you. This one goes on out to It's Just Mike. Hey, man, thank you so much for giving us a like and a subscribe, even though you've been watching us diligently for years. You somehow have not given us a like and a subscribe. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to say this. You haven't come to roll with me. You know what you did. You know you could have showed up, but you're just afraid of getting put in a Boston Crab, and that's all good, man. Even though you know it's what's going to happen. But I'm only putting it a Boston Crab because I feel like a sharpshooter would be disrespectful. But it's coming, man. That's all I'm saying. All right, cheers to you, brother. What is up, Garcia? Grip on life. Good to see you, man. All right. We're in the last minute 34 of this broadcast coverage of Rafaela Guedes versus Nathiely de Jesus. I mean, this is kind of where you need to go for broke, and Rafaela was definitely trying to get that back, but it's probably not going to happen there. You remember? I remember everything, dude. I'm cursed with knowledge. Me, Thanos, and what is that? Iron Man. We're the ones that are cursed with knowledge. I'm at 10p view mount. Come through. I'm not moving over here. This is a great question. Because the way I read this is, and I hope it's the only way it's supposed to be read, is, what's your favorite submission, cuh? Like, I read it like Paul Walker in The Fast and the Furious. Don't worry about it, cuh. Like, that's the way you're supposed to read that one. Yes. What is my favorite submission? All right. Legitimately, I do hit Boston Crabs in regular rolls. That's a fun one to hit. It's very difficult to hit. If we're talking real submissions, I started 10p, so anytime I get a twister, it's a good day at the office. How about you, sir? What is your favorite submission to hit? Oh, but if we're talking pro wrestling, it's sharpshooter. That's my signature move. Everybody gets put in a sharpshooter. Ooh, Rafaela Guedes almost tapped there for a split second. Nathiely de Jesus almost pulled away a submission win and almost got a toast from us. But she's going to pull away with a decision win in just a few seconds. Boston Crabs, yeah. Tony Stark. Tony Stark is the man, dude. We're Team Iron Man here on this show. That's going to do it, you guys. Bam. You know, I have to say something very nice about you guys, which is that I'm looking through the comments, and normally when I look on YouTube, there are comments that are not allowed to be read online because you guys say some fucked up shit that YouTube censors automatically. And it's not me that does it. YouTube just says, hey, man, you can't see the C word. Just don't do that. So tonight, you guys have been on your best behavior. I'm very proud of you all. There's no blocked comments. I think that's probably one of the rarest things I've ever seen on this show. We've been doing this show for years, and there's always somebody who does some dumb nonsense that I have to block out. But tonight, we don't have that issue. So, as a reminder, a like and a subscribe gets you a cheers on air, and I'm definitely keeping a lookout to see who has added us and who has given us some love. So, my appreciation to you guys for coming along with us and having some fun tonight. But yes, just as a reminder, I'm going to show you guys what we got coming up over the next month so that you know where you can join us and where you can come back in and hang out with us over the next month. Check this out. What's up, Jow? On today, Fight Companion, you guys know that. On Tuesday, Dan Martinez, CJJ Combat Jiu-Jitsu winner. He is going to be on the show for free on YouTube. It'll premiere at 12 p.m. Best Coast time, aka Pacific time. Then you've got Bobby Winther on Thursday. He is a Cage Warriors MMA fighter, an all-around great grappler. Diego Perez from Up Next Fighting with a sick KO. Look it up if you don't believe me. He is coming on the show on the 10th. Meanwhile, on the 14th and 15th, we will be doing a live broadcast from both New Ground Jiu-Jitsu and Milton Arguello Mixed Martial Arts Academy for the East Coast Trials. Come through for that. Dylan Budka, recently signed to the UFC after a stint on Dana White's Contender Series, is on the 17th, followed by Chelsea Connor, who is an amazing athlete through LFA. Then we're having another Fight Companion on the 21st for that early UFC. Props to that. Plus JB Beckloff from B Team, JJ Wilson from Bellator that week, followed by Gianni Vasquez, who will also be a beast on the 31st. And it does look like, yes, Nathiely De Jesus does pick up a win, and I'm hearing what she is saying right now. Who basically is saying, she wanted to challenge herself and find out what she was capable of. And Kendall is saying, we've seen you as a multiple time open class champion. What's coming up next for you? Or would you like to be doing more in no-gi? And she says, yeah, definitely. She wants to compete more in no-gi. And she says she'll be ready when everybody's ready to compete against her, no matter what the division. Okay. She's giving props to Jesus, especially after having a baby. She wasn't sure if she would be able to be back here in this kind of form. It's very cute to have a shot of the kid. That's awesome. Let me see. My name past the YouTube police. Dan Meat is my brown. My favorite submission is the guillotine. What's up, B Mac? Good to see you, brother. Well, I'm glad to know that your favorite submission is a guillotine. See, I like when people tell me what they're good at, so I know what to avoid if I ever roll with them. And if you guys ever think I'll forget those things, that does not exist. Oh well, hello, neighbor. B Mac, what are you thinking about? Who's number one tonight? Hmm? I don't want to tell you my opinion yet because I want to hear what you have to say. You just showed up. I've been giving my opinion for the past 4 hours, so I want to see here. My name past the YouTube police is still a very funny comment, by the way. But it does look like we are getting ready for Galvao versus Tackett, if I'm assuming correctly, versus Galvao. What is up, James McKenzie, aka Aaron, aka my good friend, aka former guest of the show. And it says loving it, man. I think one of their best shows in a long time. I think that PJ and PJ and Tackett was an exhausting but man respect match for the two of them. I think the crown jewel tonight has been the match between Mica though and J Rod. Mica and J Rod was fucking great. Love those guys. Oh, good lord, we're on commercial for them. Hey, you know what time it is to do? If they're doing a commercial, I get to do one too. Fuck you guys. Hey, what's up? It's your friend Rafa Sparza. If you want to support the show, you can go on over to HY.PAGE/grappling hour. You can see our interviews 30 days before anybody else, and it's just for $5. That's it. If you pay a few extra dollars, you can see our breakdowns. We can do tape studies with athletes on their matches. We also do Roast Draft, a segment where prominent athletes come on and roast my competition footage, as well as additional bonus content. So that's HY.PAGE/grappling hour. Look at that. See? FloGrappling is not the only one that could take a break for nothing. It says, love the commentary, Raf. Thank you so much. Wait, PJ is back. What happened? No, it was just PJ and Tackett had an exhausting match, man. It was. And Brandon, you would know this better than most. I don't see PJ ever get exhausted, but he definitely looked tired tonight, man. And I don't see that often. It was a 15-minute fucking monster mash, if I could say that. I see IH. Amita's saying, let's go Andrew Tackett. I love that. That's great. And it says, J-Rod escapes arm bars like a G. He really does, dude. I mean, J-Rod is somebody who is figuring out his jiu-jitsu in real time. Like, most of us, if we ever compete at this high of a level, we don't have as many moments where people watch us become a better grappler. You kind of show up and people go, I expect a certain thing from you. J-Rod, the balls on this kid is like, no, you're going to figure me out as I go. Like, I'm still learning as I go. And it said, yeah, he had PJ suck and win, had him looking like me out there. That's what I was saying, bro. The whole time I was like, PJ is not allowed to look like me. But that's how you can tell. Just saying, we all get a little bit older. These kids keep getting younger. And props to PJ for putting on a fucking battle. And I love this fact about PJ's. He could still hit beautiful duck unders, even exhausted in ways that I could not. So it was fucking exhausting. What is up? Kusa Jiu-Jitsu and Wellness. Good to see you guys. So if you guys are watching on here, that's one thing. But we're also broadcasting on our main Grappling Hour broadcast channels on YouTube, Twitch. What are the other ones? Wait. Andrew Tag. Okay. Brandon, I just realized what happened here. So PJ Barch is coming back in on this. Ah, fuck. I got to change this bracket because it says Tackett on there. Oh my God. This is not the match I'd want to take if I was this exhausted. Yeah, we also need to change the bracketing information because it still says Tackett on there. So, Brandon, I was in the process of talking. What exactly happened here if you've got any explanation? Because, oh my God, I'm still very confused. No. No. Yeah, I think he's got a little bit of an injury right now. Oh God, I hope PJ's all right, man. I thought he was signaling his knee. Oh, maybe no, it could be the faceplant. Yeah, he's looking really fucking out of it from that. I think you got to give him at least 5 minutes to kind of figure out his shit. All right, this is confusing. PJ is back in on this final where I thought it was Tackett who ended up advancing. Then takes a very aggressive fall where we're not sure if it's his knee or his head that pops out. But after an exhausting match, oh shit, that armbar is looking real spicy from one Mica Galvao, and PJ does tap. Man, I have no idea how PJ could find it back in him to compete after as exhausted as he looked in that match. Yeah, I want to get the answer as to what happened to Tackett. Where are you live at on YouTube? That is at Grappling Hour. So that's the main where the main broadcast is. This is kind of like a, hey, you guys can see stuff. This is where I can actually do more stuff on. Let me see what's happening here. So Andrew Tackett. Okay, Andrew Tackett had to withdraw from his championship final at who's number 120 and will be replaced by PJ Barch. I have no idea as to why though. So that was the legit one note, and that comes from Joe Gilpin. God damn, dude. I mean, all the respect in the world to PJ Barch. I saw that dude sucking wind, and I had no idea what was going on. What's up, Zach? I mean, the hard part is you see how dangerous this shit is. You get in there and you're that exhausted, and then you fucking get zonked 2 seconds into it. That sucks. I wanted to see Tackett and Mica. I did too. And I mean, there's just a younger craziness to that whole thing. We'll have to do a toast on over to Mica. We'll do a toast to PJ as well. That fucking bums me out, man. What's up, Jackson821? All right, let's hear what Mica has to say and kind of come back from this. I gotta be honest with you. If you handed me a Tez coin bonus, I was like, can you just give me money? So he says he feels pretty good. He's gonna enjoy tonight. And so Nicky Ryan is calling out Mica Galvao, and he says, "All right, what's up, Jeezy?" He says he has to give a shout out to 3 different sets of people tonight, and starts by giving a shout out to his master. What's up, Waterbury? It's very sweet. Another applause break for the homies. Another master. And Mica saying, I want to give some props to my dad. And he asks if he can do one in the Portuguese, and he does that. So props to him, man. Damn. Alrighty, guys. Quick reminder: give us a like and a subscribe. We are going to have one more match, and it is the main event that I think you guys are mostly come here to tune in for. It has been an interesting match, to say the least. But man, this Tackett thing has me a little shook, a little sad too, just because, man, I'm trying to figure out if I remember why Tackett had to withdraw. Like I'm going through in my head, and obviously you can kind of piece it together and say, oh shit, he's he had an intense match, but he looked like he was all the better for it. Like he looked like he was the one that was walking out okay. So seeing that he had to withdraw and then seeing PJ back out there, it just fuck. Who did Mica call out? So technically, Mica didn't call him out as much as Kendall said, I heard somebody called you out. And what do you have to say about a match with Nicky Ryan? He's like, yeah, sure, sounds great. Like, okay. Like, not afraid, not disengaging on it, just saying, like, yeah, sure, set it up, pay me. Sounds good. Which is probably the best way of answering that question, which is, I'm sorry, who called me out? Yeah, sure. You guys got money? Should be called Who's Got My Number for Money, not Who's Number One. So, anyway, that's what's happening on that side. Again, I will take your questions, comments, concerns, hints, allegations, all of that good jazz, as we are in the middle of a commercial break. So, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to go ahead and give us some love and some support. BJJ Addict, good to see you. Thank you so much for watching along with us. I am, however, going to turn down this fucking FloGrappling stream. They do not mix that well with their commercials. But they're in the process of showing you guys a time lapse of how they put together their mats, etc., etc. All right, I should change this to being Ryan versus Judio. I think that's correctly spelled. You guys can tell me if it's not. So that is coming up next over on this side. But a good time for me to go ahead and do a plug for my goddamn self. Hey, if you like what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a like and a subscribe. But also, you can do us a solid and go support the show at HY.PAGE/GRAPPLINGHOUR. What does that do? If you pay $5 a month, you could see my interviews 30 days before anybody else. So that means you'll see interviews that are happening not just 4 times a month this month, 7 times. And you can actually go see all of the interviews that are supposed to go up by the end of this month right now. And if you pay a few extra dollars, you can also check out our bonus content that's not available anywhere else, including segments where people roast my competition footage. They basically come on to do tape studies of their matches. Yeah, it's a pretty dope segment. And you can also see content that's not available anywhere else. So go on over to HY.PAGE/GRAPPLINGHOUR and be a pal. Thanks. All right, back to me and host. Bam. The question here says, how long have you been training jiu-jitsu? The answer to that is far too long. Let's see. How long have you been training jiu-jitsu? I started first in 2009, and then I had to take a break. And then I came back in 2012. And I like to say that 2012 was really the era in which I started. So that's when I was starting to train in the gi, and I would do a whole bunch of no gi. And I love it, man. I've been doing a broadcast or a podcast ever since I was a white belt. So people have followed along on my journey. And a lot of people who I've seen on the come up have done amazing things. And I've been in rooms that I have no business being in, but people have been very welcoming to me as a grappler. So, yeah. So I'd say over 10 years is a nice way of putting it. Do I roll like somebody who's been training for over 10 years? No, I don't think so. But if I'm in a room, I'll do okay. Thank you for that question. What other questions you guys got for me? Hit me. Hit me with what you guys got. And don't forget, your main event is coming up right now. So this is where you want to be. This is the people you want to be with. And I love the fact that you guys are hanging out with us on a very, very fun Sunday night. But yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking or feeling or what you want to know. Because we're having a very good one. By the way, I don't know if I even said this one. I think I've been telling you guys so much about what has happened in the past. I haven't had the moment to tell you guys what has recently happened, which is that this past month we did one brand new episode that premiered on our show every single weekday in September. And just to give you an idea of the folks who we interviewed back in September, we literally did a month where you could see on any given day just monster talent where you're like, damn, bro, I didn't know you go like that. And I'm like, yeah, dude, we ball for real on this show. So in the past month, there were 20 days of brand new interviews. This month, there's going to be 7 days of brand new interviews. And then there's going to be 4 days of some very cool and interesting comments and content. But just so you guys get an idea of who we had on this past month, let me go ahead and pull this into the main broadcast right now. Check this out. Back in September, these were the guests that we had on, okay? Bobby Winther, Cage Warriors. Anthony Orozco, Cage Warriors. Joe Selecki, UFC. Mia Perhavik, one of the guys who teaches over at Keenan Cornelius's Legion, also a beast in his own right. Aaron Jeffrey, Bellator. Joey Werner, basically the tournament runner of an amazing tournament out in Arizona. Fernando Padilla, UFC. Chris Wojcik, one of the funniest writers in all of grappling. Laird Anderson, Bellator. Alex Enriquez, Subversive, Monster, Medusa Challenger and Champion. Cody Steele. What do you need to know about that dude? Suplex Machine. Noah Chen of BJJ Link. Zach Schneider, combat jiu-jitsu beast. Elena Almanza, guy from our local area out here in California who's going to be a beast, who's training with Bobby Green, but from Spar Star had an amazing finish. Max Hansen, a Dante Leo beast who just won not one, not two, probably 3 championships with Midwest finishers. Owen O'Flanagan, beast, international beast, ADCC competitor. David Garmo, fucking champ, amazing beast, teaches out in Detroit. Aaron McKenzie on the recent season of The Ultimate Fighter. Frank Rosenthal, former member of the DDS, who has his own jiu-jitsu organization called Phantom Jiu-Jitsu out in Virginia. And Mickey Valtierra, a kid who's already on his way to beasting and becoming someone who's going to be in the UFC or 1FC, one in the future. That's what I've been doing. Look at all those fucking people. One every single day for 20 straight weekdays. I'm just saying. I don't think anybody else is doing not only that much content, that many interviews, and I'll say it that well. The better looking Raph. Thank you, Jiu-Jitsu Memes. I appreciate you. Thank you for the nice words on Frank's interview. I appreciate that as well. Frank Rosenthal. Oh my God. What a fucking great interview that was. I love that guy. Let me see. Prediction and how does it end? Woo, Steve. What do you think I am? Gordon? I feel on this one, Gordon probably goes like a choke. I think that's as good of a prediction as I can give you. Gordon takes the back, ends up getting a choke on this one. But you know what's really great is I was there for their last match at the IBJJF Nogi Pans or Nogi Worlds. It was intense. It was good. And I think we're about to do a new opening sequence. And the picture I have of Gordon is from that match. So that's why when I saw that they were doing this, I go, oh, shit. I recognize that. I remember being at that match. That's how long ago it was that they had this match against the two of them. So it'll be interesting to see Patrick Gaudio. But I mean, the hard part is Gordon, you leave him alone for 2 weeks and he just gets so much better. And it says, Frank trained with my professor for a ton of years. He's taught a bunch of classes at my gym. Dude is an animal. I believe it, dude. I love Frank so much. You know, he's, even when he was part of the Danaher Death Squad, he was just always the most respectful, easy to interview person. And when he opened up his gym, I just reached out to him and I was like, hey man, do you want to do an interview for this? And he was like, absolutely. And I just wanted to make sure that he would always have the opportunity to promote his gym, to talk and to catch up. And he's obviously an interesting beast in his own right. So Gordon's bringing out a chest that he clearly stole from the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. This is a very strange phenomenon. That's how bored we are in our sport. That we're just like, what's Gordon doing? Oh, he wrote something in an envelope. What's in the envelope? Cool. I mean, I guess it reaches a certain demographic because you got to figure the balls on this guy to be able to say he can do this sort of stuff. I just think, this is kind of silly, dude. It says, do you see Gordon losing? And if so, who has the best chance of beating him? No, I don't know that I see him losing, but I think that's part of the appeal of someone beating him. We just can't figure out who that is. The person with the best opportunity to beat Gordon is probably Bacterium, because the rest of us can't figure it out. But if you've ever seen a bacteria affect Gordon Ryan, it seems to wreck him way worse than any other person possibly can. I don't know, man. I mean, you just sometimes get in someone's era, but I always tell people this. You can never overlook the fact that we never saw Gordon Ryan come. Oh, they're going straight into the match. They didn't fucking kombucha any of that shit. They just went straight there. You never see the Gordon Ryan coming in the first place. So it's going to be something like that. You're going to see somebody get on a tear where the next Gordon Ryan is going to have to be the one to beat Gordon Ryan. We just haven't seen him yet, I don't think. So keep your eyes out. But anybody currently, I don't know that Pena is on that level right now. I think that Pena, that last match, is good and definitely top tier level. It's just Gordon has had time to look over his footage, and Pena's had a couple losses that have allowed him to do some things. But Gordon's really committed to whatever character or shtick that he wants to do, because this intense hair that he has right now, it's a little spaghetti thin. It's like almost like he's wearing a wig, because it's not quite real looking hair. So it definitely makes me laugh here. And I mean, the nice part about this is with Patrick Gaudio, when I saw them compete against each other previously, it was a competitive and fun, insane match. Like now there's a little bit more leeway and encouragement to maybe collar tie and aggressive slap manners. But when we saw this at IBJJF, it was borderline fight, if I recall it correctly. Like I remember people were very concerned how it was going to go, or if people were going to need to get involved and step in between the two of them. So seeing it right now is kind of like, all right, this is a little bit more of an appropriate format if the two of them wanted to settle their differences in a little bit more of a punching fashion. So yeah, I don't know exactly how to put that one. Here's the nice part: Gaudio wants to fucking wrestle with him. Like he definitely wants to come in for this. By the way, we do have a time limit on this one, and it's a 30-minute fucking time limit. Holy fuck. Do you ever realize that sometimes I do these broadcasts and I don't look up the time limits, and then I just realize I'm committed here until it's done? Like I thought this was going to be another 15-minute thing, but I didn't bother to look, and it's fucking 30 minutes. So, okay. Good takedown here by Gordon, who just swats him on over after getting a single leg here. Patrick Gaudio is playing off of his back momentarily. I wonder if this is another one of those sequences or events where they kind of do that who the judges prefer every 10 minutes. Because I felt like that's what they did with Nicky Rod and Pena, but it's hard to balance that. What's up, Los Frankies? Good to see you. Los Frankies sounds like the most cholo of audience members that we've had on this show. So thank you so much for joining in. And by the way, if you guys give us a like and a subscribe over on our YouTube page, we will give you a toast on air, just like we do those who get finishes within regulation. And I should point this out right now. Gordon is working from side control. I just want to make sure that's the exact version of where he is. He might actually still be in half, but he might as well be working from side control, is I guess the moniker that says here. Orale. Oh God, no. You are definitely the most cholo-esque. And it says, I wonder if Gordon will try to win via exhaustion, pressure, and smother. Yeah, I get so many people who are trying to do this now, and I don't know if you guys are as well, but they try for that mother's milk or that pressure or smother kind of choke. And I'm always astounded when they do it to me. Like, it's just, you're not Gordon, dude. This is not going to work like this. So I always laugh a little bit when I see them doing it. But then you see Gordon and you go, oh, he can do this. That's different. Okay. All right. Gordon now working from inside that half, trying to transition to that full pressure. Excellent shoulder pressure here. He might be able to push down that leg, get his knee all the way up. But he's definitely pushing that head on the inside of the chin, working to get that underhook. Patrick just gets up slightly, doesn't quite give it to him all the way. He has it. Patrick, though, has an underhook on his side and is trying to get up a little bit higher, but he doesn't want to leave that arm exposed for too long. Gordon pummels that leg on the inside, looking to pass all the way through. He's close, but there's another regard here, but it does allow Gordon to get up that elbow a little bit higher. Now Gordon's doubling back to see if he can get that double underhook for both sides. of him to have those underhooks. He still has the one, using it like an anchor to maybe offset his pressure. And again, I think he is looking partially toward that back. So going back to our earliest question, which was, how do you see prediction? How does it end? I was wondering if he was going to be looking toward the back, Steve, but I can't promise you that's exactly where this fight is going to end up, or this match, if you would, is going to end up. So let's stay here. All right, we're kind of stuck in this position, so we might be here for a minute, just in case you guys are wondering if anything else significantly has happened. Patrick might have given Gordon a backway entrance over to take in the back here. His legs in that saddle position, but Gordon's not really interested in a leg lock. Patrick Gaudio almost looks for like a electric chair, or like kind of like a waiter sweep. Doesn't quite get it, but for a split second saw an open guard. Gordon very good at retaining that pressure and making sure nothing is going to happen that's going to lose him this position. What is up, Vincent? What is up, Funk Jitsu? Good to see you, man. It's been too long. This is a very tense, pressure-filled match for Gordon, who understands, yeah, this is 23 minutes of misery, dude. If I can just keep you in these positions, maybe it just makes you want to give up worse and worse moments for me to get past you. It's weird because sometimes I think that they're giving a preference on who the judges like best, and then I realize it's just a lighting change. Like it's just a, all right, let's put some light here. Gordon now in full mount. Patrick Gaudio tries to explode with a big bridge, maybe giving his back up. Gordon with Gaudio on his side from inside of the mount doesn't even bother to take the back here. Instead, very comfortable in this mount position. What's up, Nails Hammers? Good to see you. Thank you for the work that you do. He has an underhook on that arm. He was maybe going to elbow it up, but he doesn't. Gaudio clings for life to this half guard. These are one of those things where you just go like, what are you up to? I see a note here from GFX Nunez, who says Gordon will play the long game. He will exhaust his opponent, then pull out the tricks in his back pocket. Submission by nut grab. Man, you guys are really high on the nut grab thing there. It's like Gary Tonan's in the comment section. Gordon game is just to exhaust the opponent. That is true. That is true. He definitely likes to show how dominant he is in many of those regions. So I wouldn't put it past you guys to be correct. However, I guess the question is, when we are playing this, is what is the end game? Like, what are we looking to do here? Because, you know, like, what does this do for us television-wise? Because I look at this 21 clock minute and think to myself, God, we don't need to be here, right? Funk Jitsu says, let's see a pressure tap. No, the only person who's pressure tapping is me when I roll with you, you dick. Just so you know, my boy Funk Jitsu, not fun to roll with. He definitely invites you to be like, let's go harder, bro. And I'm like, I feel this is a trap. No, thank you, Bane. Pulsar Light says, does Gordon plan to do the division again in the next ADCC? That's a great question. I don't follow him or Mo on Instagram, so I don't know the answer to that, if it's allowed. I would assume if you want to keep building the sport, you probably do let him do it, because why not? But I can't promise you that they would actually let him do that. So hard to say. With 20 minutes, just short, 2024 right now, Gordon's still in mount, not really in danger of losing it at all. Patrick Gaudio looking like many of us on our first day of grappling. And that's saying something, because Gordon is just that level. It's very difficult to watch, you know, like in the terms of the sequence of how much his level is different from somebody else's. So good to know there, though. Gordon has pressure. Gaudio might be able to re-guard here. Gets a knee shield up. Gordon just kind of slithering back down as to maybe make it a little bit more embarrassing in this. What's up, Hot Fudge Sunday? Good to see you. The hardest part of these things is these are more statement matches than entertaining matches. And I know BMAC was on here with a ray of sunshine and was saying how great this event has been. I feel like there have been spots of great moments, but I mean, the fact that we've seen so many of these go to the distance and it's supposed to be your night of champions, I don't know that I love it as much as I want to. There's an attack on the arm, so maybe we are signposting where Gordon is going here. There's almost a straight arm lock potential, but he's definitely got that Kimura grip from the side control. He's going to go right back into that half guard, and he lets it go. What's up, Voudrew? Good to see you. Thank you very much for watching along with us. Gordon posting, and it says, if unwilling to take the back from mount, maybe looking to finish by arm in triangle. That's not a bad guess. But now he's moving a little bit more towards that back. And he kind of just lets Patrick have a moment of putting a frame. Sounds like he's playing with this food. He is. And it's not super compelling internet television. I guess the hard part is you think to yourself, this really isn't internet television's fault, which is saying something because you always like to blame FloGrappling. But even this one's kind of one where you look at it and you go, I think this is more just for ego points. Like, it's like we're broadcasting the pickup games that Michael Jordan would force somebody to play if they ever beat him once. And saying, like, you guys want to watch this? Is this something? And yet, I'm pretty sure if you put that on ESPN Plus, it would probably do numbers. So, maybe that just kind of answers my own question there. Patrick Gaudio, like the rest of us, wondering, what the fuck are we doing here? Minute 7:15 left to go. I think Patrick Gaudio at this point is in hyper defense mode in terms of making sure he can still exist. What's up, Slim Dog? It's been a while, man. How have you been? How come you haven't come up to come train with me? Oh, you're scared. That's right. I get it. All good. Gordon now back to a mount position. Sweeps that leg back on out. Now we may be seeing a head and arm attempt. This is back to the smother. I see a note here. It says, no offense to the guy, but like, when was Gaudio ever relevant in Nogi? Did I miss it? I think it's because he ended up having a win over Gordon via points. And that was back in 2018. And he was definitely on a run, but it's been a bit. It's been a minute for him. So when I say that we're in the middle of the Gordon Ryan revenge tour, that's really all this is. Like, Gordon's now just picking out the people that he's maybe slightly lost to for whatever reason, to solidify his GOAT status, or to just kind of point out how much on a different level he's at. That's the main reason we're seeing this. And to just say, like, we're running out of shit to do. So, sure. Gordon now with the back. There's a body triangle in route here, and it says, that checks out. He used to be a monster in the gi. Yeah, and again, if you particularly watch that match, there's an armbar here. He switched from the back control. Gaudio's arm is very much in danger. There could be a bicep slicer-esque armbar here. Gordon has the arm. Gaudio's probably going to tap here very shortly, and he does. That does get the win from one Gordon Ryan, who, when he wins, does seem to walk around like somebody who refuses to do a sobriety test. Gordon comes over to give him a big hug, and now is walking over like a person who is auditioning to play Thor, but can't grow the hair out. All right, we'll see exactly what everybody has to say here shortly. Gaudio is clearly a little exhausted for the wear on this one, but I think that was pretty much what was in the game plan for all of them. It was pretty easy to get that slicer from that moment. Gordon comes over, not unlike one Boogie and Geo. They're actually rewinding it even further to show what ends up happening. Yep, the transition, he has it, goes more toward a slicer. That grip becomes a little loose, and once it pops, Gordon just effortlessly takes his time after that triangle leg, has it, and then just kind of keeps those legs over to the side to finish that armbar. So I think armbar was the one that he wanted to get the finish with. Now we will turn this volume up to hear what Gordon has to say as John Danaher comes on over to pay some respect to Patrick Gaudio. I mean, I think the weird 1-2 punch between these two, with Gordon's ultimate disrespectful language and Danaher's respectful language, is always one where you go, which one of these is correct from you guys? Gotta put the kiddo to bed. Thanks for chatting through that murder. Of course, Nails Hammers. Appreciate you, man. Please come through more often. We appreciate you so much. IH Goat, indeed. Although it's odd because what you just posted in there looks less like a goat and more like a lost dog. And it says, crazy how quick Gordon broke the grip to finish. Well, I'll be honest with you. If you're that exhausted, it seems more like butter, like cutting through it and super easy. It's not something that you or I could probably do, but it's very impressive to see when it's on display. All right, so Gordon has a chest. He's now unlocking the chest, and I believe people were saying this was a Halloween surprise. So, okay. He said an arm bar. That's the proper way to do it. Here's an arm bar on BJJ Fanatics. Looks like it's a proper 12. I think it gets a little bit like a ransom note. Like, you're going to read this while I go ahead and take out my props. So Gordon's saying it was a test because he knows he has the ability to off-balance people from multiple places. And Gordon said I gave him a few chances to stand up. And then afterwards, I just played top position. Jack said, Craig Jones, still my GOAT. I mean, here's the good news. Craig Jones is going to have a very interesting life post competitive jiu-jitsu world. Like, Craig Jones is going to live a very good life and still be able to get under people's skin. Okay. So there's Victor and Lucas on Gordon's mind that he's thinking about. Is that Gary? Jesus Christ. All right, Gordon's saying that Hulk is well. I don't think he's saying it. I think they're kind of signposting it that it's going to be Hulk and Gordon up next. All right, let's recap a few things here, folks. Boof. Okay, Gordon called it out, said it was going to be an armbar the proper way. Now he's going to have an instructional on arm bars, and that is going out with BJJ Fanatics. So essentially, we just did this as a means of promoting his next BJJ Fanatics, which I guess is a thing. What's up, Eddie Bernal? It's good to see you. Who did Mica end up calling out in the final? So Mica didn't call out anybody. He was just responding to, I believe it was Nicky Ryan, who said he would like to have a match with him. So that was kind of how that's going. So Nicky Ryan versus Mica Galvao would obviously be fire. So I would be down to watch that. I'm going to go through some of these comments that I got while we were getting those notes from Gordon. Steve Burkos says, appreciate the stream and the commentary. Well, if you really appreciate it, and Steve already did this today, if you go onto our YouTube at Grappling Hour and you give us a like and a subscribe, I'll give you a toast on air because I'm drinking right now. So I'll be happy to do that for you guys if you do it. Steve did it earlier. You guys can follow in suit. And it says crazy from IH. He calls out, I'm going to do that at my white belt tournament. Absolutely do. If there's ever a time to really just do that shit and get under people's skin, go do it there. Eddie Bernal, of course, the very, very solid jiu-jitsu practitioner, MMA fighter. He's all right, though, at pro wrestling. He's not that good. You know, he needs to learn how to take better bumps, but we're working on it, slowly but surely. Really dope. Nicky versus Mica. Absolutely. It would be fucking fantastic. And it says, crazy calls out. Yep, got that one. Jiu-jitsu is still my goat. Still love that, Craig Jones. And it says, Craig Jones is the greatest silver medalist of all time. Controversial opinion or thought. I think Craig gets it done at the next ADCC. I think it's time. I don't know how or who or what happens. I think something's coming for Craig Jones because if you notice, similar but different to Gordon, all the people he's competing against that aren't Gordon have almost nothing to do for Craig Jones. Like, he finds a way, and I think he's only been getting better and better and better. So I wish I could say with great authority that he's going to win something and where he's going to win it at, but I get the feeling that we're going to see a Craig Jones win, and then he's going to lose all the branding that says he can't be, you know, a silver medalist too. He came up short, etc., etc. So I think that's en route for Craig Jones, but can't prove it. Would be dope to watch out and see. I'll take your guys' questions for the next 5 minutes or so before we call this a thing. And Houghton, thank you. Good to see you. If you guys are so kind, I would love it if you guys go on over to the Grappling Hour and give us some love over that way, because we do all of our work from there mostly. The verbal tap is a great place to do it. It says, good night, buddy. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. If you guys give us a like and a subscribe, we'll give you a toast on air, just like we do all those athletes who get finishes within regulation. And to my knowledge, I think that means that Gordon just got a finish within regulation. So we'll do a toast to him. This cheers goes on out to Gordon Ryan. Hey, man, congratulations to you for getting another submission finish. As weird as it is, you keep putting things in deranged boxes and envelopes. And I have to tell you this, man, maybe don't come off like a serial killer. Like, I get it. I get it's marketing. I'm all there. But, like, when you were like, hey, Kendall, you need to read this. It's like, this is getting kind of weird, dude. You got a doll in a fucking trunk there, and you're asking this female to read it. Are we going to see you on Dateline soon? Because anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, good armbar. Great job. If we could have done it in 20 minutes, that would have been dope. But, you know, instead it took way longer, including the entrances. Cheers to you, sir. So I said we were going to do one for both Andrew Tackett and for PJ Barch, and I feel like we're still going to do that anywhere. What's up, Chris Wojcik? Look at this guy showing up, former guest of the show. We'll do this one for PJ and for Andrew Tackett, because we didn't know what happened to Andrew Tackett, but I'm just going to lift my glass. This cheers goes on out to Andrew Tackett and PJ Barch. Now, gentlemen, normally we have a rule. We only do toast for those who get finishes within regulation. But your match was so exhausting that I have to give you respect. Like, the fact that you guys were still able to pull out that kind of performance when both of you were fucking dead tired is nothing less than impressive. I love you both. You're both friends of the show. And PJ, I don't know where the fuck you found it to actually come in and still compete when it looked like you were blown so majorly and so tired. So I think there's all the more respect for Andrew, who was probably fighting through an injury, and PJ, who found it in him to go compete again. So cheers to both of you gents, Tackett and PJ Barch. Also, please never roll with me. You guys are too good. Let me see here. Enzo Cornell, who says, sup. Sup. How you doing, fam? You good? Appreciate you. Colton Cave, aka Caveman, says, appreciate your commentary and keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. That really means a lot. I do my best to try and make these things entertaining because Lord knows Flo doesn't. Womp womp. Hey, I want to tell you guys this. If you're here and you feel like Colton, there are a few things that you can do that make me very, very happy. The first and foremost, check this on out. You guys want to have your socks knocked off? Here we go. Bam! Look at this, you guys. If you would do us a solid and go on over to HY.PAGE /grappling hour for just $5 a month. Excuse me, I'm about to choke right now. That's how long I've been on air. You can see our interviews 30 days before anybody else. So you get to see them 30 days before anybody else for just $5 a month. And then if you pay a few extra dollars, you can see extra bonus content that's not available anywhere else, including tape studies with athletes, Roast Raf, a segment where people roast my competition footage, and much, much more, including episodes that you won't see anywhere else. And if you want to do us a solid, I appreciate this. You could actually come on over and give us a like and a subscribe over on our YouTube page. It helps me, it helps the athletes, and I promise you guys, we are doing our best to bring in people all of the fucking time that you have not seen on this show. And I'm going to give some props on out to I'm Dean Wilson, mostly Jiu-Jitsu, Arturo Reis, Luis D, and Flowers and Fights. Appreciate you guys. I like this. It says Craig Jones rips off Gordon's toes and turns it into exclusive merch on his website. I mean, we're getting closer to the Saw franchise, are we not? Arato, thank you so much for that. But yes, you guys can give us a like and a subscribe. And if you give us a like and subscribe on YouTube, I will give you guys a cheers on air. What's up, Alberto? Good to see you on the air. I do it for everybody. And just as some reminders here, you know, this isn't all we're doing. The month of October is going to be busy as fuck. And I can't say this enough. We're going to be doing fight companions and interviews all throughout the month. Now, normally I say if you pay the $5 a month, you get 4 interviews before anybody else for 30 days. Well, guess what? In October, you're actually getting 7. And all 7 of those interviews are already up. But let me show you guys what you can see if you look at the Grappling Hour on our YouTube page and what's coming up. It's already previewed on the page right now. But here's what's coming up in the month of October. On the 3rd, aka this Tuesday, you will see Dan Martinez, CJJ winner. He's opening up his own academy. We had the opportunity to catch up with him. Bobby Winter, a Cage Warriors MMA fighter, an all-around jiu-jitsu badass. He is joining the show on the 5th. You can also see Diego Perez of CMMA and the Fight Academy out here in California, who recently got a savage knockout at Up Next Fighting. He's on the 10th. Then, that weekend, for the 14th and the 15th, I will be doing a fight companion live from New Ground Jiu-Jitsu and Milton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy with a ton of guests on that show. The 17th, we have UFC fighter and former Dana White Contender Series companion friend, one Dylan Budka, who's going to be joining us on that day, followed by Chelsea Connor from LFA on the 19th. On the 21st, we have another fight companion. If you like what we do here, we'll be doing that live early in the morning from Milton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy. That on top of other interviews with JB Beckloff from B Team, who's a beast, and training with Craig Jones a whole bunch. He's getting highlight reeled by him over there, as well as JJ Wilson from Bellator, who picked up a major win. And last but not least, we also have Johnny Vasquez, who just got an awesome win over at Up Next Fighting. So when I tell you guys that we do a lot of different interviews, I'm not kidding. We give you the best bang for your buck. This month, we have 7 interviews and 4 fight companions. And I hope that that is worth the amount of time and efforts that you give us here on the show, because we definitely bust our ass to give you guys the best possible stuff. What's up, Alma? And thank you, Tina. Appreciate you guys. All of you guys who support the show. It means the world to us. And I got a note here from Stephen Baroque that just says, hey, mate, how long until the Ryan match? It actually just concluded. He ended up getting Patrick Gaudio with an armbar at approximately, I want to say, the 14-minute mark, and it wasn't fun. It was just kind of boring. But it was very impressive if you're Gordon Ryan, and it was an opportunity to go ahead and promote the next DVD instructional he had, which is one for arm bars. So that is what we have for you guys. And just so we can kind of resume this, I want to show you guys what we did in this past month. These are all of the interviews that premiered just this past month that you can go back and check them. Bobby Winther, Cage Warriors. My first interview with him, he's a beast. Anthony Orozco, monster, also fighting for Cage Warriors. Joe Selecki, UFC. Mia Perhavoc, Legion Jiu-Jitsu, beast in his own right. Aaron Jeffrey, Bellator. Joey Werner, hosting his own organization and fight club out in Arizona. Fernando Padilla, the UFC. Chris Wojcik, one of the best writers, if not the best writer in grappling right now. Laird Anderson, Bellator MMA. Alex Enriquez, Medusa champion. Cody Steele, fighting Fury FC championships. Monster. Noah Chen, BJJ Link. Awesome brown belt. Zach Schneider, somebody who just competed at CJJ Worlds and beasted it. Eleno Almanza, a beast out here in Southern California who just won his last fight at Sparstar. Max Hansen, Dante Leon, black belt, who's also killing it as a 3-time champ of Midwest finishers. Also, you got Owen Flanagan, international flavor, somebody who's killing it on the ADCC scape. David Garmo, what do you need to say about this dude? Best mustache in the game. And a head instructor out in Detroit. And Aaron McKenzie, who was recently on The Ultimate Fighter. Frank Rosenthal, former DDS member, who is just a savage and opened up his own gym in the time since we've last chat with him at One Phantom Jiu-Jitsu. And Miguel, a.k.a. Mickey Valtierra, who is killing it and is on his way after a big win at Sparstar MMA to a future in MMA. So when I tell you guys, I bust my ass giving you the best interviews of people that you may or may not know, I'm making sure you're going to find out those people that are on the come up and the people who have been established in the sport. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see me reach out to a couple of folks that are in the arena after this very big win at who's number one in the next few days. So a little hint on that. But yeah, so I feel like you guys hopefully get the best of all the worlds on our show. The easiest thing you can do, like and subscribe to our podcast, and it means the world to us. That support goes a very long way. And like I said, even if you guys are only here for the Fight Companions, we're going to be back in about a week and a half for ADCC, and that is going to be a fucking monster, dude. So get your fucking shit in line, because that's going to be one of the most fun episodes that we do. We bust our ass on those shows, and I make sure that I give you guys some true love. But thank you very much to Steven and many more of you who gave us quotations and questions to answer throughout this evening. And let me see here. Manny C, who gave us a nice note earlier in the day, who just said, don't forget to check out Ecological Jits. I will definitely check them out, and I hope that they can understand where I'm coming from on the drilling scape. You can just tell them I'm an idiot that just needs repetition, because I got to promise you guys, it definitely does help in my perspective, but I'll definitely give them a look out. So Manny C, thank you so much. And Alma, you say your interviews are helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I definitely do my best to try and do the best interviews in the game. You know what, guys? I think I've been talking for so long. It should be time that I watch the end of this AEW event and see how this collide kind of match between Christian Cage and Darby Allin finishes, as they're getting crowd shots of this dude dying, essentially, which is pretty dope. But I have to tell you guys this. Thank you so much for spending the night with us and having some fun. It really, really has been a blast. I'll just leave it at this. Love, support us, because we love and support you guys back. And, let's do this again pretty soon, because I think it's time that we get you guys on a regular cadence here, and we've got so many interviews, and I think you guys are going to love what we got coming up. So it's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.